Mr. Keith.
Mr. Johnson, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keith. Good morning.
May we start, please, on the topic of the reduction in the distancing rule from 2 metres to 1 metre?
Yes.
You'll recall that in the summer of 2020, on the 23rd of June, in fact, you announced the adoption of the 1 metre plus rule. It is obvious from the material that, and you refer to this in a cabinet meeting or a meeting in the Cabinet Office on the 2nd of June, that the underlying scientific advice was that staying 2 metres away from other people remained the best way of reducing coronavirus transmission. But it is equally apparent that there was clear economic pressure upon you to reduce the 2 metre rule in order to make business viable. Was the 2 metre, 1 metre rule issue a particularly acute example of that balance between public health, epidemiological considerations and economic?
In a way, it certainly was. But I think I would it wasn't quite as simple as that, because the 2 metre, your observation that the scientists were recommending 2 metres is, of course, correct, or many scientists were recommending 2 metres. Some were not. Some were saying 1 metre was all right. But it was also true that 3 metres would have been better, or 4 metres, 5 metres would have been epidemiologically more effective than 2 metres. It was a question of where to draw the line. And there was plenty of evidence from around the world that other countries had gone from down to 1 metre. There were other international comparators that had done it safely. And so although you're quite correct that hospitality and other sectors were desperate to be able to operate, because it was very, very difficult under the 2 metre rule, it did not seem to me, on balance, to be epidemiologically unsound to do it. And I, of course, had to balance the very considerable hardship that was being caused to people by the effective closure of hospitality as a result of the 2 metre rule.
I posed the question the way that I did because I've actually quoted your own words from the summing up of that Cabinet Office meeting on the 2nd of June. Summing up, the Prime Minister said the underlying scientific advice, so obviously the combination of the various views that you'd received, was that staying 2 metres away from other people remained the best way of reducing coronavirus transmission. There was no doubt about
3 metres would have been even better.
Indeed, but there was no doubt at all that epidemiologically the pre-existing 2 metre rule was the best way to proceed epidemiologically. But you were under understandably intense economic pressure to try to take a different path in order to be able to alleviate the economic burden.
And there were plenty of other countries that had done the same.
That debate took place, of course, in advance of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which was put into place in August, in those mid-week days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of the 4 weeks of August. In your statement, you make plain that you and the Chancellor thought that there was a sound policy rationale for the introduction of the scheme. Were the policy rationales, firstly, the obvious economic support for the hospitality sector, but secondly, to influence social behaviour by incentivising the public to engage more generally in indoors hospitality? That was the thinking.
The thinking was that the country had made a huge effort, that we got the R down below 1, that the disease was no longer spreading in the way that it had been, and that within the budget of risk, it was now possible to open up hospitality. That being so, logically, if we were going to take advantage of that, if we're going to allow people to take advantage of, allow the hospitality sector to take advantage of the freedom that our collective efforts had won them, then it seemed to me to make sense to make sure that they actually had some customers. That was my thinking, and it seemed to me that if it was safe to open hospitality, then it must be safe for people to go to hospitality.
Do you accept, as Professor Edmonds said in his evidence to this inquiry, it's one thing to take your foot off the brake, which is, of course, what had been done in terms of easing the restrictions in June and July, but to put your foot on the accelerator is, by implication, quite different. He, in fact, used the word perverse, but I'm just going to suggest to you that it's a different thing to do.
Utmost respect for Professor Edmonds. All I would say is that at the time that the Eat Out to Help Out policy was being aired with me for the first time, it did not seem, it was not presented to me as an acceleration, simply something to make sense of the freedoms that we were already giving. And it was not, I must emphasise, it was not at the time presented to me as something that would add to the budget of risk.
But it wasn't being presented to you by the scientists, was it? It was being presented to you by the Treasury and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The material makes quite plain that they were the ones who proposed the scheme. The paperwork makes that absolutely plain. And at the same time, your Chief Medical Officer, Professor Sir Chris Whitty, in particular at a COVID-S meeting on the 22nd of June, was saying that in general terms, the proposed easing of restrictions with relation to in relation to indoor hospitality was at the top end of the risk boundary. So you knew that there was an element of risk in this. There had to be a degree of epidemiological gamble. That's logical and fair.
I don't think that I thought that scheme in itself was a particular gamble at the time, and it certainly wasn't presented to me as such, nor am I confident that there is very substantial evidence that it did indeed add to the although I defer to what your inquiry has discovered, but I can't see anything that conclusively shows that it made a big difference. At the time, it wasn't presented to me as something that would.
Could we have 232086, pages 1 and then 2? We'll stick with 1 for the moment. This is just to demonstrate, Mr. Johnson, that there was considerable debate between the Treasury and Number 10 in relation to a voucher scheme which became the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. This is an email from the Treasury dated the 22nd of May. It refers to the bottom of the page, the Chancellor asking her to thank all the teams as a meeting with you went very well. You complimented him on doing a great job. And then if we just go over the page to the middle, we can see a reference to presenting a plan for July. And then right at the bottom of the screen, Chancellor clear that should not do options in box at the bottom of the page, e.g. IT cut, people save, not spend, PM very keen on vouchers idea. So there was a general debate going on, obviously and sensibly, for some time before August. And you expressed your optimism, as it's been described, that the scheme was a good idea. The material does indeed seem to indicate that there wasn't a significant increase in infection after the scheme, although there is in the material some suggestion it may have gone up to some degree in different parts of the country, as you might expect. But you knew that the Treasury and HMRC had not in fact sought scientific advice on the epidemiological consequences of the scheme. That must have been apparent to you.
Well, I say in my statement that I thought that Chris and Patrick must have known or did know about Eat Out to Help Out, and I said that because it wasn't a very secret thing. It was I thought a pretty well publicised scheme, and I'm fairly confident that it was discussed several times in meetings at which I believe they must have been present. I understand that they don't feel that they were properly consulted, and I remember being, but I don't quite understand how that can have happened, to be honest. I remember being surprised later, I think it was in September, when Chris says this is Eat Out to help the virus, and I thought that's funny, because I didn't remember any previous controversy about it.
Mr. Johnson, in June and July, you had a number of bilateral meetings with the Treasury and the Chancellor, yes, which the scheme was debated.
Yes.
There were no scientists present at any of those meetings, were they?
No, but it would have been normal for a project like that, a scheme like that, to have gone through the COVID-19 task force, and it seemed to me odd that the scientists hadn't been made aware of it.
So you knew they hadn't been made aware of it. You knew that.
Sorry, I don't think I said that.
It's not what I understood.
It seemed to me odd that the scientists. Oh, I see. Sorry. Do you mean now? It appears.
So I thought it was.
I apologise. I thought you meant at the time.
So my surprise was in. I think it was something like September 16th or thereabouts. It was quite a long time afterwards when I heard Chris in a COVID-S say, it's Eat Out to help the virus. And he looked at me meaningfully, and I thought, well, that's funny, because I didn't remember this being something that had previously seemed to attract objection or controversy.
But please, may we be clear about this? No scientists have been present at any of the bilateral discussions about the voucher or what became the Eat Out to Help.
Well, certainly not as far as I can remember.
No. The paperwork, and you obviously received a number of papers, made no reference, did it, to this scheme being supported or proposed by the epidemiological experts?
It wouldn't. It didn't say that, but that, on the other hand, I wouldn't necessarily have drawn the conclusion from that it had either been opposed or that it had not been discussed with them.
And in your statement, you do say in terms, the scheme was, quote, to use your words, properly discussed, including with Chris and Patrick.
I did say that, and that was my belief. And I don't understand how that. I don't understand how something as well publicised as that could have been smuggled past the scientific advice. I don't see how that could have happened.
So that we're entirely clear about this, your statement appears to positively suggest that it was properly discussed, including with Chris and Patrick. You're the one who suggests in your statement that the persons with whom it was discussed included the CMO included the CMO and the GCSA. But now today, you're saying you're not sure whether it was discussed with them, and you're surprised that it wasn't. Is that the position?
The reason I said that in my statement is because I frankly assumed that it must have been discussed with them, and I'm perplexed as to how something as significant as that can have got through. I mean, there must have been several meetings of COVID-S and COVID-O, which it was discussed. So
You understand that you make a positive avowal. It was properly discussed. That word "properly" is your word, Mr. Johnson, not the inquiry's.
Well, that's indeed my memory, and I remember the scheme coming up several times, and that's why I was, as I've told you, I was surprised when later I heard that Chris was calling it "Eat Out to Help." he'd outhelped the virus, and taken aback.
Enforcement. There was at the same time, of course, a constant debate as to whether or not, in order to promote proper self-isolation, in order to ensure heightened compliance with the guidance and the regulations, further enforcement was required, or whether or not, or perhaps alongside it, additional financial support should be provided. It was an obvious debate that had to be had. Did you have a position in relation to whether or not the cure for lack of compliance or for difficulties with self-isolation should be greater enforcement, tougher enforcement and bigger fines, or for the setting up of a more generous system for financial support for those who were self-isolating? Do you recall?
We did both. We instituted a compensation scheme for payments for those who are self-isolating from September, I think of about £500. But I also took the view that if we were going to have a system of enforcement, then it needed to be pretty firm.
Do you recall whether or not the amount for the payment went up between March 2020 and September? Was there any increase before September, Mr. Johnson? Do you recall?
Well, I remember the top whack fine was £10,000.
Well, indeed. You declared in a handwritten message, a handwritten note on a box note given to you on the 13th of August. I agree with the openings, but the overriding message, you said in capital letters, should be about tougher enforcement and bigger fines. But at the same time, it's notable that you in no way suggested that an alternative way, or perhaps a complementary way, might be to increase the amount of payments for self-isolation.
No, we did, as I've just said, increase payments for self-isolation.
That wasn't a suggestion that you made at this time, although it came in later, as you rightly say, in September. So your position was, it would appear, enforcement is the only way to go.
Well, that's obviously not quite right, because we did give quite generous payments for self-isolation. I think the concern that we had was that there could be difficulties, complications, abuse of any system of payments. We were already spending, as everybody knows, very considerable sums in support of all kinds. So there were anxieties about some of the implications of the compensation system, but because it was so important to go with self-isolation, to encourage people and to help people who needed support, we did go for the £500 payments.
On the regulations and the guidance themselves, evidence has been received by the inquiry from the former Home Secretary, Dame Priti Patel, that, in her opinion, there was a high degree of confusion surrounding the broad thrust of the regulations as well as their detail, and the inquiry has seen a diary entry in Sir Patrick Vallance's evening notes where you exclaim in frustration, but plainly perhaps not to be taken too seriously, who made these stupid rules.
Yeah. Look,
was that, against that context, Mr. Johnson, to what extent did your advisers and officials come to you over the summer and the autumn of 2020 and say, there really is a distinct problem about the efficacy and the workability of these regulations? They're very difficult to understand and they're giving rise to a significant degree of confusion. Did that debate ever take place?
We did try to make the rules as simple as we could, but the problem was the effort did to get people to self-isolate, to avoid contact because of the complexities of human life, became extremely complicated. And I think we really need, for the future, to think about how we do it again. Because yes, it was very difficult to enforce. And I do have a great deal of sympathy for those who were the police, those who were charged with enforcing it, because it changed very often. I think there were 60 separate changes, and the complexities for the public to understand were very great.
Have you thought about how it might be done differently next time in terms of the promulgation of the legal superstructure?
Well, I think clearly it'd be a matter for Malay and the inquiry, but I think that there needs to be a great deal of reflection about the simplifying the whole approach and seeing what we can do to rely more on common sense and less on regulation and legislation. But there may be limits to that. And I'm not suggesting there is an easy answer, because the reason fundamentally in the UK why you need, and I say this to all the libertarians, why you need regulation is because ultimately people want to see everybody being obliged to obey the same set of rules, and they want their neighbours to do what they're doing.
But it must be noted that despite your declared libertarian tendencies, your own message to your advisors, as we see from their document, was bigger fines, more enforcement, a heavier hand.
So here's the picture. I was very concerned. I knew that we were basically in remission as we come out of the first lockdown. I knew, and the reason I go for things like Eat Out to Help Out is because I think it's within the budget of risk. But I know that we're going to face another wave, and I really want people, if we're going to avoid tougher measures, we need people to obey the existing strictures.
It was obvious to you, and we'll look at WhatsApp in a moment, of course, by the end of July, that the United Kingdom would be hit by a second wave. That was epidemiologically taken for granted in terms of the examination of this viral pandemic. Well, we'll have 48399, page 25. You say it's completely obvious we're about to be hit by a second wave. It's about halfway down, just not halfway down the page. (8:10:48). Folks looking at Spain and France and remembering March, it is completely obvious we're about to be hit by a second wave. And on page 32, a month later, the 31st of August, in the same WhatsApp group, you say, page 32, we've seen the wave coming for miles, so we should be ready. And thank you. It's obvious that the government was concerned in the summer of 2020 with, as you say, the prospect of being hit by a second wave. Did you therefore give consideration to the possibility of putting into place a formal system of segmentation? The inquiry has heard evidence how in August and September, the COVID task force considered whether or not it might be possible in advance of the impact of the second wave to consider a formal system of segmentation for the elderly. Do you recall that debate?
I certainly do, and I think that we were looking at all sorts of different solutions.
There were a number of meetings with the COVID task force. You say in the minutes of a meeting of the strategy committee, COVID-S, in September, a plan should be considered on segmentation of the population to enable a portion of the population to continue to live their lives as normal, that is to say, the remainder. Do you know now, can you recall why the proposals on segmentation were either impractical or not possible to be taken further? Do you remember?
And a lot of people, I kept having to explain this to people, and because intuitively it sounds like a very reasonable thing to do, to protect those who are going to be most vulnerable, principally the elderly and those with chronic conditions. The trouble is that when the R starts circulating above a certain rate, the velocity of transmission of the disease becomes so extreme that it just breaks the segregation that you've tried to impose. And that vulnerable population, a percentage of them, will inevitably get the disease. And as you know, a small percentage of a very large number is a very large number.
So if we look at 48399, which is the CSA CMO PM WhatsApp group for August, page 28, you entered into a debate with Sir Chris Whitty and Sir Patrick Vallance about the merits of giving the elderly a choice. And you say, in effect, why not give the over 65s a choice? They can decide whether to enter into spontaneous self-preservation and keep themselves, or run the risk of hugging their grandchildren and engaging fully in society. And you put that position to Sir Chris Whitty, and he says in the middle of the page, starting at 7:22:49 p.m, I agree it's entirely reasonable at an individual level. And then
it's the second paragraph is the crucial
indeed.
one.
He says people can rationally make an informed choice whether they individually would take a small increased risk of dying by hugging their grandchildren or going clubbing, perhaps not the same people both hugging their grandchildren and going clubbing. But at a population level,
this is the
government is under an obligation to ensure that the epidemiological line is held so that the R rate doesn't then go back above 1. Was that the nub of the problem?
That's it. So Chris, in that second paragraph, is making the essential point that even if you've elected to be shielded, or even if the government is trying to shield this segment of the population, it's not going to work because the infectiousness is too great.
And do you think that is why perhaps the segmentation debate didn't lead to any practical proposals? It came up against the possibility of the epidemiological problem.
I couldn't see how it would fix our problem, but it was sometimes a job to explain that to colleagues. But you can see that we didn't pursue it.
Well, it appears to have been quite a job to explain it to you, because you wanted that choice to be given to individuals, and your CMO was saying, don't do that. And
quite rightly, I was interrogating my advisors about points that had been made to me with a view to understanding the arguments and being able to explain them to the world, which is my job.
So by September, in light of what you've agreed, which is that it was obvious that a second wave was coming, you say in your statement, we were going to have to do something. There was this debate about a circuit breaker, you recall. The sage advice to you, relayed by your CMO and your government chief scientific advisor, was to the effect that the more rapidly interventions are put into place and the more stringent they are, the faster the reduction in incidence and prevalence and the greater the reduction in COVID-related deaths. As a general proposition, do you accept that?
That was the advice that they gave then, though, of course, it had changed a bit from where we were in March. Though they were still making the point on the circuit breaker. If you look at that, I think that sage advice in September, they're still saying, if you do one, it may not be enough, and you may have to do another, which was, if you remember, Patrick's point back in March.
So if we look at 102265, page 2, this is a WhatsApp communication on the 17th of September, we can see that Mr. Cummings says we should consider a 2-week circuit breaker, keep schools open but close bars, restaurants, etc. We should consider doing this week. And then he says, sorry, I meant consider now, saying this early next week for a fortnight. You say, what's the difference between a circuit breaker and a national lockdown? And what if it doesn't work? Is that a nod to the point you've just made? The difficulty with a circuit breaker is,
it is.
You don't know whether it will work. If it's short, you may run the even worse risk of having to do it again.
Yes. So as I think Patrick said again in one of the meetings, there's the yo-yo risk, and which Sage themselves point to. And I think Matt himself, even though Matt was generally very much on the health secretary, was very much on the precautionary side of the argument, was not actually in favour of a circuit breaker. And I think that was his evidence to you as well, for that reason.
Patrick Vallance at the bottom of the page says, yes, lesson is go fast, go a bit harder than you think you need, go a bit wider in geography. So the scientific or epidemiological advice, Mr. Johnson, was there may be risks, but in the general epidemiological context, in the public health context, the advice is you've got to go the extra mile. And that, therefore, would mean a circuit breaker as opposed to local restrictions or varying degrees of stringent restrictions being applied. But your position was, well, ultimately, I don't think that the epidemiological argument is made out. I want to take a different path, and of course, circuit breakers were not applied.
Yes,
is that the nub of it?
I want to try to just remind everybody of the context when we're coming out of the first lockdown, because what's happening is that the disease is very diversely spread, shall I say, over the country, and there are parts of the UK where it's barely present. Some places, sadly, Leicester, some parts of the northwest, where they barely came out of restrictions throughout 2020. And so the question would have been, do we continue with national measures the whole time, which would have been which is the logical tendency of some of the submissions I think that you've had. That would just write off 2020.
Slow down, please, Mr.
Forgive me. Or do you try what we tried, which is to respect and reflect the geography of the outbreak, and to say, well, we're not going to close hospitality in Devon and Cornwall because of whatever is happening in the West Midlands or elsewhere. And that, for a while, seemed to a lot of people to be a sensible way forward. And I think, I will probably come to this, but I'm trying to the defects in the tiering system. But that led to tiering, and I think it was worth a try because of the difficulties with the circuit breaker concept, which Patrick and Matt and others have alluded to. So that was my hesitation. It wasn't that I was against going into a national lockdown per se, or that I had set my mind absolutely against it. If you look at what I said to the Cabinet in July the 21st, I said we've got to keep this as part of our arsenal. But I thought that a local approach was a sensible, or regional approach was a sensible way to go, and it was worth trying.
This was a matter of spread of infection and death. To use your words, you thought not having a circuit breaker and then latterly having a tier system was worth a try. Was that the correct approach when dealing with matters of such momentous importance? The scientific advice, and admittedly, Mr. Johnson, the advice is never phrased in terms of you, the Prime Minister, must impose a circuit breaker. It is perhaps a little more coyly expressed in terms of more rapid interventions are required. Go fast, go early, do more.
Yes.
So they gave you, by implication, the room to make the decision yourself. But was that the right approach? Why didn't you apply what you knew to be the lesson learnt from March, which is go early, take a precautionary approach, and go the extra mile epidemiologically?
So there were some areas that had outbreaks of the disease that were in very tough measures. And it's not as though we didn't do anything nationally throughout the. On the contrary, so we ratchet up the measures throughout September and October. We intensify the pressure on the virus. So September the 9th, we go to the rule of 6. September the 22nd, we go back to working from home and a curfew. Forgive me. October the 14th, we move into the tiering system. Some places go straight into lockdown and so on. And we intensify the tiering system. And we then go into the full lockdown at the end of the month. And I actually think that programme had a very good chance of working. And if you look at where we were by November, the 22nd, the disease was starting to turn down. Incidence was turning down. And the thing that really threw us off was of course, the Kent variant, the Alpha variant.
But you've now moved further, of course, into November and December. On the 17th of September,
yes,
as this debate indicates quite plainly, your chief advisor was saying we should consider a 2-week circuit breaker. Your government chief scientific advisor was saying circuit breaker would be for 2 weeks. We can get the paper round tomorrow on that. You can even think about doing it regionally. Your Secretary of State for Health and Social Care was saying, if we want to avoid a national lockdown, we need to act fast. We're going in the wrong direction. And your scientific advisor again says, go fast. You didn't, however, accept the advice set out there, which was go for the 2-week circuit breaker.
Well, we did go. We went immediately. So a few days later, we go for the working from home and for the curfew. The health
you go for a 10 p.m. curfew, do you not, Mr. Johnson, and advice on working from home?
And the health secretary himself was opposed to, and already, I think by the 22nd of September, 10 million people in a country of 67 million are already in tier 3, effectively in lockdown measures. So it's not as though nothing is happening in that period.
Nobody has suggested nothing was done. There was, of course, the rule of 6. There was the curfew from 10 p.m. There was the package of measures which you described as the package A measures,
yes,
of late September. But the circuit breaker was not
the national circuit breaker. No, because I wanted to keep going with a regional approach. We had 10 million people in lockdown on the 22nd of September. It was not as though the country was not going through, or large parts of the country were not going through another lockdown. Well, the issue was whether there was any support for a continued regional approach. And actually, if you look at the October, even October the 20th cabinet meeting, you'll see that the CMO says that the country, and I think the JVT also, Jonathan Van Tam also said this, the country is basically divided into 3 parts. Those where the disease is flat, those where it's increasing slowly, those where it's rising fast, and a regional approach is therefore still justified. And that is what, as far as I remember, Chris said in that meeting. And so I'm not going to pretend that this was an easy decision, and it certainly wasn't. And it was one I agonized over. But I thought that a regional approach could still save us and could still help us.
You have said twice that part of the rationale for not having a circuit breaker in September was that you said it was not as though the country was not going through, or large parts of the country were not going through another lockdown already. Is this the position? Obviously, from July, there were areas and local restrictions, notably Manchester, Liverpool, and parts of the northwest of England. There was the national rule of 6. there was then the Package A measures of the 22nd of September, which was a 10 p.m. curfew and advice to work from home.
Yes.
But the majority of those regions, which, to use your words, were placed in lockdown, were not in fact placed in lockdown unless and until they went into Tier 3 in the tier system, which wasn't introduced until the 14th of October.
Yes, but there were there were already restrictions around the country, which were very severe, and they
were not, with respect, comparable to lockdown, were they?
Well, people faced restrictions around the country on the basis of where the disease was prevalent and where it was spreading, and I thought that we'd learnt a lot in that period. We'd seen the horrors of the first wave and the shock of what had happened. You're completely right about that, and it was appalling. And we'd seen the suffering, but we'd also seen the impact of the pandemic, of the measures that we'd taken. And our objective remained the same, which was to protect the NHS and save life. And our strategy was to use NPIs. But it seemed to me, given the disparity in the prevalence across the country, it seemed to me for that period that a local approach was worth pursuing. And in justice and fairness, a lot of people thought the same, because they thought the disease is not prevalent here. It is not circulating in my community. Why am I being locked down? And we had to address that issue as well.
But the other people who thought the same, Mr. Johnson, were not the Prime Minister with access to this epidemiological public health advice, which appeared to be pointing in that direction.
Some of it did, and some of it, as I have just said, continued to support a regional approach.
Is that why you called for the meeting on the 20th of September in Downing Street with Professor Gupta, Professor Hennigan, Anders Tegnell of Sweden, I think the state epidemiologist, and also Professors Edmund and McLean, because you wanted to have a greater diversity of scientific advice, and at least advice beyond the advice which you were receiving, but which you were not inclined to accept from your own Chief Medical Officer and governmental Chief Scientific Advisor?
I think, with great respect, it was the other way around. What I could say, this is towards the end of September, middle of September, and I can see that things are going to deteriorate. There's no question, and I can see the direction of travel. I still want to use tough local measures to try to achieve what we need to achieve, but I can see that, as I've told Cabinet, and as I think I've told the public as well, we're probably going to have to go back into international measures. And what I want to, and I know that when I do that, whenever it comes, there will be, of course, a lot of downsides. And people are going to complain and to object for all sorts of good reasons. I need to have the arguments. I need to understand what a lot of people talk about, the great Swedish success, and how they managed to do it without lockdowns. And if I'm going to impose another lockdown in the course of the next few weeks, which is indeed what I ended up having to do, I need to know what the counter arguments are.
Mr. Johnson, your government and you personally had declared that you would be following, by which you mean you'd be guided by the science. Throughout the course of that year, you had been guided by, accordingly, the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies and by your CMO and GCSA. Why did you not continue to follow, to be guided by that advice in September 2020? Why did you deliberately allow yourself to depart from that stated position?
First of all, because the scientific advice was not clear, there was a push for a circuit breaker, but that was not supported by the health secretary, as he's testified to you, and he was normally in the amongst the toughest in wanting to impose lockdowns. There were question marks about the circuit breaker and its efficacy, and indeed, where a circuit breaker was tried, as you know, in Wales, it's not clear that it actually worked. So
that was later. It wasn't, of course, imposed until October.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that there were perhaps legitimate grounds for thinking that a circuit breaker was not a panacea, and I was keen to continue with a local or a regional strategy which continued to have scientific support for being reasonable, as I've said.
The nature of the specific intervention may not have been absolutely clear, because Sage posed the issue to you in terms of interventions being required. But the debate was plainly, and you understood it to be plainly, about the merits of a circuit breaker. So there was a clarity about the debate. What lacked clarity was what ultimately, what political decision should be made by you. You were unclear as to what the way forward should be. The meeting on the 20th of September...
That's not true, but for great respect. What we decided to do was to continue to tighten the measures that the national measures that we had, but also on October the 14th to go for the tiered system.
On the 20th of September, you deliberately arranged for a meeting at which you allowed yourself to hear from scientists on either side of a completely different debate, which was not to do with the merits of a circuit breaker, but to do with whether or not, as a general policy, the Great Barrington approach, that's to say, to use another word, another expression, the let it rip approach should be applied, or whether or not the general approach of caution should be applied. That was the debate on the 20th of September.
No, well, actually, I don't remember people discussing the Great Barrington Declaration, but
the approach which is later reflected.
Well, what was so interesting about the debate on the 20th of September, to which, as you can imagine, I listened with great care, was that actually the scientists who had been billed as, to use your words, the Let It Rip brigade, did not really support that approach. And the longer the conversation went on, I was fascinated to see how actually they migrated towards a precautionary approach and towards the understanding that MPIs were inevitable and necessary, and that you had to do something. So the question. So I was really interested in. I was thinking ahead in that conversation. I was thinking ahead to where we were going to end up in a few weeks' time, and I wanted to fortify myself against the types of arguments that you've mentioned.
So bluntly, although you had been given to understand that Anders Tegnell, who was the state epidemiologist for Sweden, would probably recommend a more herd immunity style approach, turned out, to your surprise in the meeting, to argue, in fact, for a stronger intervention.
He didn't. I wouldn't say that. No, not. Sorry. Let me be clear. I don't remember him or anybody making any particular comment about, tiers versus lockdowns or whatever. But what I do remember is a surprising degree of unanimity, given the divergence in views that I've been led to expect.
Yes. He may not have mentioned, and there's nothing to suggest he mentioned circuit breakers or lockdowns or tiers, but in the general conceptual debate about the precautionary approach and the need for stronger intervention, and as Tagnell made it absolutely plain to you that, contrary to much of the press reporting about the Swedish approach, a stronger intervention was merited if the approach to be adopted by your government was there's a second wave coming, we need to do more to stop it. That was the approach he took in the meeting. Wasn't it?
I couldn't swear to that, Mr. Keith. What I remember is that everybody, and everybody at the meeting was. I mean, it was more abstract, I think, than concerned with the details of the current UK position, about which actually I don't think they necessarily, some of them knew or I don't think.
Is that right? You received one-page papers from every single attendee about inviting them, and they produced information about the approach that the United Kingdom government should adopt.
Well,
do you recall?
I don't remember them commenting specifically on the situation that we were in. What I do remember is there was a much greater uniformity of view that we needed to do something. What I'm trying to say to you is that if you're saying to me that Anders Tegnell said you've got to lock down now, that wasn't.
I have not suggested that to you, Mr. Johnson.
But that's not what I remember anyway.
At a COVID-S meeting on the 21st of September, the following day, you said, and the minutes record that you said, the events of the spring showed that the consequences of making decisions too late. So you were well aware of the need to get on and make decisions and to avoid the mistake of the spring, which is to leave the most stringent interventions to the last minute. Correct?
Well, the mistake of the spring, if you remember, was that we'd mistaken our place on the curve, and that was, but we were in much less doubt about that now.
The mistake in the spring was making a decision too late. The fact that one of the reasons for the decision, for that mistake, Mr. Johnson, may have been a misunderstanding as to where we were on the epidemiological trajectory is quite different, is it not?
No, we couldn't have made the decision earlier because the facts as we understood them were different.
Your summary in that meeting.
Sorry, you're both.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're both
talking over each other.
Exactly, that may be part of the problem. But also, can we make sure that we know which period we're talking about? Because we've been talking about the spring and the autumn. Just to be clear.
In the autumn, I suggested to you, you had said in a COVID-S meeting, the 21st of September, by reference back to the spring, the events of the spring showed the consequences of making decisions too late. Regardless of why those decisions were taken, Mr. Johnson, what were the consequences of making decisions too late? Your reference.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
Sorry. So, just to clarify this point, in the spring, we couldn't have made the decision any earlier because we didn't know the relevant facts. When it came to the curve in September, October, we were much more on top of it. We could see where it was going. And the relevant facts are that the virus was not evenly distributed across the country. And that was the key thing. It looked as though it might be in abeyance for a long time in parts of the country, and therefore it made little sense to lock it all down. And what we were trying to find, and you can criticise us for this, but I think it was reasonable. We were trying to find a way through that allowed as much of the country as possible to keep going.
Mr. Johnson, what were the consequences of making decisions too late? When you said those words to your colleagues on the COVID-S meeting on the 21st September, what did you have in mind by consequences and the decision making having been too late?
Clearly, if you make any decision too late, then there's going to be a cost, and in the case of COVID, there's a cost in human life. But what I wouldn't accept is that the decision in all the decisions in September, October, November were too late. Nor would I accept, knowing what we did then, that the decision in March was too late.
Well, there we are. On the 22nd of September, you announced the Package A measures. You recall that you were presented with a paper which had Package A measures, the majority of which were described in the very same paper as being unlikely to bring R below 1, some Package B measures, Package C measures, the more stringent, plus the possibility of a circuit breaker. And you went for all the Package A measures and some of the Package B. So largely, the measures which your own CMO had advised would be unlikely to work, even in combination, to bring R below 1. But that was your right. You announced that your government would not listen to those who say, let the virus rip, nor to those who urge a permanent lockdown when you announced those measures. But the phrase, let the virus rip, and the notion that you as a government would let the virus rip was your own phrase, was it not?
Well, so, no, I'm sad to say there were plenty of people who had used the phrase in conversation with me. I was trying to represent a view which was sadly quite widespread, which was that, as you've said already, the approach might be to segment the most vulnerable and to protect them, and to allow the vast majority of the population who are much less vulnerable to gradually acquire immunity. Now, that was not, as we've discussed repeatedly, an approach that I could take at all. And I was saying that in order to explain to the public why it was not an approach that we were taking, any more than going into permanent lockdown was an approach that we could take. We faced an appalling... The problem with this whole period is that we had come out of... We'd found a way out of lockdown, and we'd got the R below 1, but we didn't yet have either good enough therapeutics or a vaccine. And so our only tools remained NPIs. And the question was, do you go straight back into lockdown, which is what a circuit breaker is? I mean, a circuit breaker sounds like a pretty it's a glib phrase. It actually means an immensely difficult, costly exercise, which falls hardest on the poorest and neediest in society. You then might have to do it again and again. And there's no guarantee that it's going to work. And you don't know what the end state is because you've got no vaccine. And that was why I thought it was sensible to continue to throw everything we had at a combination of intensified national measures plus the regional system, the tiering system.
My question to you was whether or not you, whilst announcing that you would not listen to those who had said, let the virus rip, had used the words used the words yourself. You deny that. So could you please look at the diaries?
Sorry, what I'm saying is that this was a phrase in common parlance at the time, and remains so.
Sir Patrick Vallance's diary is 273901, page 92.
Yes, sir.
Actually having a discussion, a meeting with the PM about, quote, letting it rip, page...
But I don't wish to be
I'm just going to put...
repetitive, but this is exactly what you'd expect me to be talking about at this stage.
Page 245.
This is June 2020.
I'm going to show you all the ones, Mr. Johnson, out of fairness. The Prime Minister meeting begins to argue for letting it rip, saying, yes, there will be more casualties, but so be it. They've had a good innings. 608. Perhaps that's the same. 439. We should let it rip a bit. 150. He's obsessed with older people accepting their fate. 230. Obsessed with the average age of death being 82, which is longer, you believe, than the average life expectancy. Get COVID, live longer, you said. 245. Back to the other one. You say at the bottom of the page, according to Sir Patrick Vallance, we're in a really tough spot, a complete shambles. I really don't want to do another national lockdown. You are told that if you want to go down this route of letting go, you need to tell people, you need to tell them you're going to allow people to die. Was your position, Mr. Johnson, that in light of your views secretly held about people dying having reached their time anyway, that you were obliged to reject the advice of your advisors that there be a circuit breaker?
No.
That there be no national lockdown until the last possible moment?
No.
And that you would try a tier system?
No. No. So the implication of the implication that you're trying to draw from those conversations is completely wrong. And my position was that we had to save human life at all ages, and that was the objective of the strategy. And by the way, that is what we did. If you look at what we actually did, never mind the accounts that you have culled from people's jottings from meetings that I've been in. If you look at what I actually said and what I actually did, and there is abundant quotation from me, millions of words that I spoke in Parliament or in press conferences or whatever. If you look at what we actually did, we went into lockdown as soon as we could the first time round, and we sensibly went for a regional approach when the disease picked up again, and then again went into lockdown on the 30th, 31st of October. And I think, frankly, it does not do justice to what we did, our thoughts, our feelings, my thoughts, my feelings, to say that we were remotely reconciled to fatalities across the country, or that I believe that though it was acceptable to let it rip. What I was asking, and I had to do this, I had to, and we covered a lot of this yesterday, but I had to challenge the consensus in the meeting. You've got to understand that these meetings comprised an overwhelming number of very, very talented, brilliant public health officials, civil servants, and so on, and scientists. And I was representing the only layperson in the meeting. Well, apart from the occasion there would be other politicians, but I was basically, I had to speak for everybody who wasn't in the meeting and who wanted these points put to the scientists before I went out to explain them. I had to get their version of why this wasn't the case. Why wasn't it true that as people were continuously saying in the media and elsewhere, that it was the answer was to shield the elderly, protect the elderly, and to let it rip otherwise. I needed to have the counter arguments. And if you want to look at what I thought, why don't you look at what I actually said in Cabinet and what I did? And by the way, well, sorry, I don't want to interrupt your question.
It's obvious, Mr. Johnson, that you were not minded at all times, all the time, to accept the scientific advice that you were being provided with, and that it was absolutely your right. It's notable that there was, analogously to SAGE and the CMO and the GCSA, no economic advisory body, no economic analysis being provided to you in a formal structure that could have provided a foundation for the alternative side of this debate. That is to say, well, Prime Minister, you've got a great deal of evidence here, epidemiologically and in public health terms, but you've got a terrible decision to have to make again, whether or not to impose a lockdown. And that engages the debate with which we're all familiar and with which you are anxiously grappling, which is the damage on the economy.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Keith, I thought Mr. Johnson said yesterday he did have that kind of analysis. It came from the Treasury.
I was going to say, thank you, my lady.
Yes, no, but my suggestion is a formal economic SAGE, a formal body, advisory group, rather than just the Chancellor and the HMT directly.
I've thought about that, and I think, and that's it's a suggestion that I hope I bet you're going to look at. But I think that actually, and I was going to say this at the end, I'll say it now. I think that the cabinet government, there's a reason it's evolved in this country in the way that it has, and I think that the Treasury representing the economy, the Department of Health representing health, actually worked pretty well after a while. I mean, I think it was a great shock adjusting to COVID, but I think that the way it worked was pretty good. Departments did what they needed to do.
These debates, Mr. Johnson, and there are hundreds of meetings at which the CMO and the GCSA attend, and where the epidemiological evidence is provided to you, takes place in the Cabinet Office room,
The cabinet room, yeah.
The Cabinet room, or the Cabinet Office room, or your study. It's not taking place in Cabinet. Mr. Cummings has described how the Cabinet process, the debate in Cabinet, was more politically excitable, more...
Performative?
Thank you, performative. How there were worries about leaks, where it was more a matter of political theatre, and therefore there wasn't the opportunity, for the reasons he explains, to have this sort of debate and to consider in detail the sort of advice about which
I think that's certainly a fair criticism of some cabinet meetings. But as time went on, and I genuinely think that cabinet proved to be more and more valuable, and you genuinely started to have different points of view properly represented around the table, and different departmental interests, particularly HMT, properly represented, and it became a much more. I started to see the wisdom in the system, and I think it worked.
Perhaps one further question before the break, if my lady wishes it. 236586 is an email from the Principal Private Secretary to the Chancellor in the Treasury concerning one of your regular bilateral meetings with the Chancellor. You, as Prime Minister, plainly had a large number of bilateral meetings with him, Mr. Sunak, and there is a reference in the first paragraph of the email from the Principal Private Secretary to the following the inconclusive strategy meeting, so a strategy meeting, perhaps a wider strategy meeting in government, the Prime Minister and Chancellor met and discussed the plan for the NPI easements on Friday. So you and your Chancellor meet privately, and by privately I mean in the absence of Cabinet, in the absence of other secretaries of state or civil servants outside number 10 and HMT, and you discuss plan for NPI easements, so a public health issue. No other minister included shows the strength of the Chancellor's voice in these discussions. So, with reference back to my earlier question about a more formal, open, perhaps transparent process of enabling the Prime Minister to receive economic advice, do you think that these private bilaterals, where you discuss with the economic voice in government, the Chancellor, matters of public health, were the right way to have done this?
I can't remember the meeting that I think it's Elizabeth Perelman is referring to.
It's a normal bilateral.
These would be normal conversations that I would have with Rishi. You'd expect me to have them. The plan for NPI easements that she refers to is not something that we have devised at this meeting. It's something that we're discussing, and presumably we're discussing the funding implications or the economic implications of what's envisaged.
Well, there are references to SAGE, there are references to MPI. It's obviously a public health argument.
Yes,
debate.
Yes, it is. But everything in that period related to public health, absolutely. And so we would have been talking about, I imagine, what the Chancellor's views were, and I would have been listening to what he had to say.
And finally, there is evidence, both from Mr. Sunak's own witness statement and also from Mr. Warner, Ben Warner, as well as actually Mr. Cummings, that the Treasury's analytical capabilities would have been assisted by a more formal system of cost-benefit calculation. And just pause there, please, Mr. Johnson, before answering. In your strategy update comments, we'll come to this in a moment, but in response to the final paper, or one of the final papers before the second national lockdown from the COVID task force, you wrote in your handwritten annotations at the end, in capital letters, "Can I please see some serious economic analysis?" Is there a case, by way of one of the many lessons to be learned, for a formalised system of cost-benefit calculation so that the Treasury and the wider world can see how there can be a quantitative analysis of the impact of interventions economically?
Well, the Treasury does a phenomenal amount of cost-benefit analysis, as you can imagine, already. And yes, I think that, as I've said already, my lady, I think what we really need to have is some proper quantified analysis of the benefits of NPIs and the epidemiological benefits of NPIs, because I think there's still too much uncertainty about those, as well as a proper understanding of the economic costs. So yes, I think if there could be some way of putting those two things together in a formalised way, that might very well be useful. But that was effectively what I was doing the whole time, week in, week out. Those were the calculations we were making. But I want to stress that the objective was always saving life, and that was what we were trying to do.
That's your final question before the break.
That's my final question before the break.
11:30, please.
All rise.
Keith.
Mr. Johnson, the tier system,
Yes,
about which you've spoken, thank you. Briefly, you received advice from the COVID task force on the 7th of October, just to put this in its chronological place. There was a discussion in number 10 that day about regional lockdown measures. A major meeting on the 8th of October,
yes.
Yourself, the Chancellor, CMO, GCSA, and the Chief Executive of the NHS, Simon Stevens. The evening notes kept by Sir Patrick Vallance talks about the somewhat desperate nature of the anxious nature of the decision having to be made by you, and the issues which you've ventilated, which were troubling you. The evidence from the COVID-0 meeting of the 11th of October is that the government chief scientific advisor made plain, because he says it in terms, that the level 3 baseline, that's to say the standard level 3, but the highermost level 3 level, was highly unlikely to bring the R below 1, and so highly unlikely to control the growth of the epidemic. Is that why you said earlier, and you've said it in your statement, you felt the tier system was nevertheless worth a try? There were doubts expressed before you even announced it as to whether or not it would work, but your assessment, and it was ultimately for you to decide, your assessment was it was worth the shot.
It was, and it wasn't just my assessment. I think that even after that meeting, as I said earlier, on the 20th or so, you've got continuing scientific corroboration of the rationale behind the regional approach. But what we wanted was, of course, to try to stamp on the virus, to wallop it wherever it was most prevalent. The difficulty was that it was very laborious and it involved some very difficult negotiations. Understandably, with areas that had been in restrictions for a very long time, and their leaders, understandably, wanted proper financial help, and to get the tougher measures put on was proving, in a voluntary way, was proving time-consuming and costly.
Is it right to say that there was continuing scientific corroboration for the tiers? The material in COVID-0 was the fact that even the highest level, level 3, would be unlikely to work. Sir Patrick Vallance's notes make plain that at that meeting, he felt he's being asked to approve measures knowing that they weren't enough. And the public health epidemiological support appeared to be quite slim. However, the scientists and the public health experts recognised that the public health issue was only one half of the debate. It was for you to weigh up the many issues that you've described, including the economic considerations, and to balance them. That wasn't their call; it was your call.
Well, I had to balance them, but there were two things. I think it was so. I was fortified by what I think the CMO said in the cabinet of October the 20th, where I'm fairly certain that he said something, and JVT said something at about the same time, to the effect that a regional approach was still reasonable. What we wanted out of the tiering system, and we've got to be clear, we didn't achieve it, was really to crush the virus where it was most prevalent. And I've explained that one of the difficulties was, getting local leaders to put in measures fast enough. I think it's possible, and I think that there's even some evidence from Patrick that we had a fighting chance of getting the R below 1 if we'd been able to get some of those measures put in harder and faster in those areas. I think it might have worked, and there are other people who think that too.
The point, Mr. Johnson, is you can't rely upon what was said on the 20th of October about the general nature of regional restrictions, because you made the decision to go for tiers on the 11th of October, over 8 days before, and the announcement was made on the 12th of October.
Yes, but
So what was said, what was said subsequently on the 20th of October in relation to the merits of regional restrictions can't be relied upon as a justification for your decision-making 10 days before.
Great respect. I think what it shows is that there was, around that time, there was continuing scientific support, as I took it, for. I'm just giving you what I felt. Support for a continued regional approach, and by the way, it was also my feeling that although the suggestion from Sage had been for a circuit breaker, I didn't feel, listening to the arguments, and this may have been my mistake, but I didn't feel, listening to the arguments, that the pressure for a circuit breaker was particularly strong, and that may be my mistake, but it wasn't coming from the health secretary, and it seemed to me that there were countervailing arguments as well.
In the event, the tiers, as we know, didn't work.
Well, they didn't, and I'm very sad about that. But I think that they were logically, rationally, as we came out of the restrictions in the summer, they were worth a try. The trouble was that they became very invidious as between areas, because one village would suddenly find itself in very heavy restrictions, and the village next door was not, while the incidence of the virus was exactly the same. Local politicians of all kinds became very worked up, sometimes quite paranoid about the tiering approach. It clearly was proving divisive and difficult to implement. Though I want to say that Eddie Lister, who was in charge of the negotiations, did a heroic job in trying to get government to local government to regional government to agree.
And in addition, the evidence would appear to suggest, of course, as ever, a matter for my lady, that not only were there problems that you've identified, Mr. Johnson, but as Mr. Ridley has said, the process overall was entered into extremely quickly, which gave rise to problems of its own.
Yeah.
The negotiations were difficult and prolonged, and of course, when dealing with epidemiological exponential growth,
and the virus isn't interested in all this. And the virus
indeed, and also logically, because the virus was spreading, ultimately, as proved to be the case, it spread to all areas, and therefore there was a degree of, it's been described as epidemiological levelling up. Everywhere would have to eventually go up into tier 3, and that would, of course, defeat the whole purpose of it.
That's completely right.
All right.
I think that's a pretty fair summary.
Mr. Hancock told the inquiry that he knew on the 14th of October when you announced, the 12th of October when you announced the tier system, that it wouldn't work. Did he tell you that?
Not to my knowledge, not that I can remember.
We then come to the lead up to the second lockdown. It does appear that the COVID task force provided a forward strategy document for you on the 25th of October, and there was a meeting in Chequers to discuss it. You then received a further task force advice on the 28th of October, and then another paper for a COVID-0 meeting, and then there was ultimately a meeting at which you decided that there had to be a lockdown. And my question is this: why were there a number of papers and strategy documents given to you in the same week, all broadly recommending a lockdown? It rather looks as if the COVID task force was trying to bring you to a particular conclusion.
I don't know the answer to that. I do remember the papers, and I think it was the James Bowler paper that I got on the 28th, for instance. There was a lot of good papers. The COVID task force, by the way, was determined to make the tiering system work. They thought we began full of hope that it could work, but it was clear by the end of the month, towards the end of the month, that it was just running out of road.
Let me be more direct. Mr. Shafi's notes of a meeting on the 25th of October, the forward strategy meeting, record you as recognising that the country was in a very tough spot. You say, according to him, that you're deeply sceptical about a national lockdown, and you say, we're not, or I'm not going to be stampeded into a national lockdown yet. That's over the weekend. Then 3 days later, the task force comes to you and says the situation is continuing to deteriorate. We don't think the tiers are working. There's got to be a lockdown. And the point I made to you is to what degree, if any, do you assess that the COVID task force was trying to impose on you, or in trying to recommend a lockdown because it was aware that you had already said on the 25th, I'm really not going to be stampeded this time.
Yeah. But it was quite right not to be stampeded into any course of action. But the virus, irrespective of the COVID task force, the virus was spreading, and it was spreading exponentially, and that was clear from what James Bowler had to say, and that was clear for a long time that it was spreading in areas where it had seeded. We wanted to try the tiered approach. We wanted to try the local approach. That was gradually running out of road, and we had to go for national measures. But I always knew that that was on the cards.
Having tried measures which didn't prove to work, having been told from July that a second wave was inevitable, do you accept that there is at least a good argument that the tier system should have been conceptualised and put into place earlier, at a time when the prevalence was lower, and therefore the tier system may have been more likely to work, so for September? Alternatively, that a circuit breaker should have been applied in September so as to avoid, possibly, and we will never know, possibly the second devastating national lockdown which you were forced to apply.
So on the point about the circuit breaker, I think we've been round that quite a bit. There were arguments for and against. It wasn't actually presented to me as something that we urgently needed to do. It was an option. The health secretary was against it, and there were clear downsides because of the problem of bounce back. And people, as I say, a circuit breaker is not just flipping things on and off. It's a very, very a massive intervention. You've got to get it right. And
like a lockdown.
And it's a complete lockdown. So, and on your point about tiering, should tiering have been introduced earlier and formalised earlier, which is, I think, what you asked. That's an excellent question. I think that the truth is that we already, for a long time, had a kind of tiering, in the sense that some places remain. Leicester, the Northwest, remained under measures for a long time. It took a while. I'll be honest. It took a while to work out the LCAL system and to work out how to move places up and down. And I think one of the lessons of the whole experience is that when you set up these artificial boundaries between epidemiological areas in using council boundaries or whatever, you're going to create huge problems and or parliamentary constituents. You're going to create huge problems, and we ran into those. And I say in my statement, I don't think that it, in the end, worked, but logically, it appeared to be the right way to go as we came out of the first lockdown.
And do you accept, Mr. Johnson, that the position that was ultimately reached was that you did have and you imposed a roller coaster lockdown process overall? Epidemiological evidence has been given to this inquiry to the fact that if you impose lockdown, circuit breakers, whatever they may be called, earlier, there is a greater chance you can get on top of the virus earlier. You then don't need to have such a long circuit breaker or lockdown. And when you come out, prevalence is likely to be lower, thereby obviating the need for yet another lockdown.
The answer,
if you just let me put the question. The evidence suggests that if, however, you wait to the last minute before imposing a lockdown, you have more of a pronounced roller coaster approach, and prevalence is unlikely to be as low as it would otherwise be, and the lockdown, in order to work, has to be longer, harder, and more brutal.
Right.
That's what you ended up with.
No. So, so a lot of points there, if I may. So, first of all, we didn't delay and then do something at the last minute, as though there were. So neither in March nor in September, October did we do one single lockdown. And I think this is one of the most important points that people need to remember, because it's been slightly forgotten. In March, there are a crescendo of measures beginning in I think on the 9th, when I first tell people to avoid contact and so on. There's school closures, hospitality closures, non-essential retail closure, and so on. Then the lockdown on the 23rd. When it comes to September, October, again, there's a series of steps that we take nationally in addition to the regional measures. Now, and I've described them, the 9th of September, the rule of 6, the 22nd of September, working from home curfew, so on, so on. Then the tiering system, then lockdown. Now, the question about whether the actions helped change the shape of the curve, I think that they did. I hope that they did. I believe that they did. But epidemiologists will have, and I think it's one of the most important things that the inquiry has to evaluate, in my view, is the exact extent to which those NPIs deflected the progress of the virus. What I also think is that if you look at what happened, particularly the second curve, the second wave, it's very interesting that the first it's two parts to it, and the first wave, you can see that the collective impact of what we're doing from September onwards, because we're following it very closely by this time, does bend the curve. And again, I'll leave it to you to evaluate the exact extent to which that worked and that happened, because that's the crucial thing. We need to explain it properly. But then what happens, as I said earlier on, is that you get alpha, and that we hadn't budgeted for. That's why the second curve describes the shape that it does.
And would you just explain what the significance of alpha was in terms of its additional transmissibility?
Yes, well, alpha is the Kent variant, which was identified in early December. I don't know why we called it the Kent variant. It didn't originate in Kent, but it was much more transmissible than the original coronavirus.
To a very large extent, is this right? The emergence of the alpha variant swept all the pre-existing considerations before it away, because transmissibility meant that the government's room for manoeuvre was very much more constrained thereafter.
That's right. So when you talk about a roller coaster, I would say that that roller coaster was very largely driven by nature. The extent to which we were able to control the roller coaster is something that I think we all need to focus on.
Well, indeed. The roller coaster was plainly evident from November, hence the lockdown. The Kent Alpha variant did not make itself plain until the first 3 or 4 days in December.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Though what's happened with the measures that we put in, as I said to my lady before, in that second wave, it actually looks, and I remember Matt telling me this, as though we've started to get the numbers under control again, and that was encouraging. And so it was unbelievably depressing when we got Alpha.
There was a small margin for discretion, as far as you could see it, in December, because there was some way of trying to delay the more stringent measures that would be required as a result of the Alpha variant. There was Christmas to consider.
Yeah.
Obviously, the prevalence level of the virus, the rate of transmission, was still relatively high in December, although the November lockdown had, of course, brought it down significantly, but not to the same level as it had been brought down to in May. And therefore, there was no possibility, was there, of opening entirely in December. There had to be fairly stringent restrictions applied, continue to be applied, whatever view you reached of the public health crisis.
Yes,
is that a fair summary?
Yes. So our initial plan, as you know, was to open up on December the 2nd, which indeed we did. We then see incontrovertible evidence of Alpha, and we know we're basically heading for a lockdown, a full lockdown in January, which is what we do.
There was a debate, of course, about the degree to which you could ease to the limited extent that you could in December, bearing in mind your very clearly stated wish that as much could be done as possible to allow families to spend Christmas together.
We did have that debate, though if you remember what happened, it just became untenable because of the spread of Alpha, and London and a lot of the rest of the country went straight into Tier 4, as we called it.
I need to ask you, Mr. Johnson, to what extent your decision-making in the middle of December was influenced by the press or your backbenchers, because there are references in the Patrick Vallance diaries to you saying that the view of your backbenchers was to take a particular path. You were minded to agree with them. You appeared instinctively to resist the further reintroduction of the ultimate lockdown measures.
No,
is there any truth to that?
It's certainly true that, as I've said before, that in the course of meetings, I would, as I thought was my job, and I believe was rightly thought was my job, I would express the general view of not just of backbenchers but of other cabinet ministers who might not be in that meeting about what we were doing, and to try to set up some challenge in the conversation.
On the 2nd of January, Michael Gove sent you a private note expressing his views, essentially to the effect that there was no alternative but to adopt a strategy of maximum suppression, as he put it. Did that note, which perhaps traversed well-trodden ground, change your views as to what should be done on the 4th of January?
No, I mean, we'd already basically knew that. I was grateful to Michael for his note, but we already knew that we were, again, we just had to take the toughest measures that we could.
How did the last minute change in relation to whether or not schools, as opposed to secondary school, schools not going back at all, as opposed to just primary schools going back?
It was terrible.
Arise.
It was terrible. I mean, it was.
How did it happen?
It was just it was inevitable because if you remember in the October-November lockdown, we've kept the schools open because of the massive detriment to people it's always the most vulnerable families. It's the poorest kids who come off worst from school closures, and that was definitely the case. We'd seen that in the first lockdown without a shadow of doubt. So we were desperate to keep schools open. Yes, did I fight in my heart and head to keep schools open? Yes, I did, and I really wanted to do it, but it just wasn't. It wasn't a runner, and we had to lock everything down.
How hard did you fight in your heart and head, Mr. Johnson? I ask because Mr. Williamson says in his witness statement that when he and you attended the cabinet meeting on the 4th of January, he made clear that he didn't think, of course, he's the Secretary of State for Education, he didn't think schools should close again. If they had to close, then they must be opened again by February half term. And he says, I didn't have complete autonomy to make core decisions, especially those regarding school closure and school reopening. So to a significant extent, the views of the Secretary of State for Education were overridden.
There were, and
your cabinet approved the changes.
I listened respectfully to what cabinet had to say, and indeed many colleagues who thought that we should try to keep schools open, and I just couldn't. The fact is that sadly schools are terrific reservoirs of the virus, and in the cold winter months. They were going to be a big vector of transmission for elderly people, and it wasn't a runner.
Now, may we move forward, in fact, almost a year to Omicron
Yes.
in 2021. Without going into the details of the somewhat arcane and complex issue of Plan A and Plan B
Yes.
and Plan B plus, was this the position from the beginning of December, or the end of November and the beginning of December? The Omicron variant became apparent. Steps you declared to Cabinet had to be taken to protect the public from the variant. For good precautionary reasons, a plan was devised and put into place, which essentially meant moving from the pre-existing Plan A to a Plan B. And you told COVID-0 on the 8th of December that there seemed little option than to implement Plan B. The reality was that we were running out of road. The choice was to go ahead with Plan B or to wait and be faced with more concerning data and a rise in hospitalizations. Is that a fair summary?
I think that sounds right, yes.
And what was it that took place in the course of the middle and later part of December that meant that you didn't have to go to Plan B plus, which was right back up to the more severe interventions, in fact, probably a level 4
That's
lockdown?
Right. Well, I think this was one of those occasions, possibly rare, when I felt that I'd got I was flattering myself, but I felt I'd got a pretty good handle on the data by then, and I was watching it very, very closely, and particularly the IFR in the Gauteng province of South Africa, where Omicron was very prevalent, and what we were studying was the extent to which Omicron translated into deaths. And of course, everyone is a tragedy. But if the ratio was starting to diminish, as it seemed to be, then that was very significant. And so we were all, and I'm not claiming any credit for myself, but we were all watching this very closely. And I thought that it seemed to. The data that we were seeing from South Africa seemed to me to suggest that Omicron was less deadly, and considerably less deadly. And I didn't know this, and I was very, very. I mean, Omicron was absolutely terrifying to be, because it was very transmissible, and there seemed a real risk that it would do a huge amount of damage to people. But what I'm trying to say is that around about the middle, the end of that month, I start to think that maybe it's less deadly, and there seemed indeed to be, that did indeed turn out to be the case, and we were lucky with Omicron.
The material shows, Mr. Johnson, that there were, as before, and you've addressed this issue, a number of bilateral meetings between yourself and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and one in particular, we have an email concerning a readout of a meeting between yourself and the Chancellor on the 18th of December, makes plain that, quote, you seem generally undecided, you raise a number of points on each side of the argument. This goes back to your stated tendency to try to ventilate both sides of an argument. The Chancellor, according to the readout, said ultimately this is a decision for the Prime Minister, but he personally remained unconvinced that there was a compelling case for significant restrictions. And that is ultimately, of course, what you indeed decided. There's been an article in the press dated August 22, which suggests that at that meeting, the Chancellor came as close as he could, or used the closest formulation of words that he could to imply that he would resign if there was another lockdown. Does that accord with your recollection?
No, I don't remember that.
The debate, of course, continued in government to the end of December, and you were presented with a paper concerning measures for January, and you expressed your scepticism for those additional measures in your habitual way by using expletive across the paper to describe what you thought of the measures. And on the 5th of January, you told Cabinet it was time to grip the handlebars tightly as the next few weeks would be bumpy, but the best option for the country was to get through the period without going back to restrictions. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I think that was entirely justified based on two things: what we were starting to learn about Omicron, but also, of course, on the vaccine rollout, which was by then, I think we'd vaccinated a huge number of people already.
Now, rule breaking. You supported Mr. Cummings when the Barnard Castle affair exploded in Easter 2020, did you not?
I did.
The material, the suggestion is that Mr. Cummings drove 250 miles to Durham over the weekend of the 27th, 28th, 29th of March at the height of the lockdown with his wife and child, and then on the 12th of April he drove to Barnard Castle. He has said that you knew that he had moved his family out of London on that weekend of the 27th of March. You, the inquiry is aware, have said in a WhatsApp with another official that Mr. Cummings is a total and utter liar. He never told me he'd gone to Durham during lockdown. I only discovered it when the stories came out. He claimed he'd told me, but that he said my brain was so fogged by COVID, I didn't register. But it's not true. I would have noted it. He never told me. Is that the position you take today?
That's what I remember.
The position, though, was, of course, that public confidence in your administration, the United Kingdom government, not, I should say, from the data, the Scottish or Welsh administrations or the Northern Ireland Executive, dipped significantly. There was a very notable drop in confidence in the competence of your government. That obviously was highly regrettable. In the height of a public health crisis of unprecedented proportions, to have that blow to the public confidence in your government's competence was obviously damaging.
It was a bad moment, and I won't pretend otherwise. But actually, I think that what happened thereafter was fascinating in that the whatever the rights and wrongs of the position I took on that episode, people continued to want us to get on with the job of fixing the pandemic, and they continue. In spite of what you say about the confidence factor, they continued to be more than willing to work together to defeat the virus, and that's what they did.
Is that right, Mr. Johnson? The same data which established the significant drop in confidence in your government, data from UCL called the COVID-19 Social Study, also appeared to suggest a drop in self-reported adherence to guidance. So there was not just you would say a communication or political or presentation issue, there was a substantive impact.
Well, I can't quantify that. What is certainly true is, as we've discussed a lot over the last couple of days, all MPIs start to degrade over time. Public adherence starts to fray. Whether that episode helped to exacerbate that problem, to the extent to which it did, I just can't judge.
The inquiry, as is everybody well aware, of course, that then the first reports of social gatherings in Number 10 emerged in November of 2021. You were issued with a fixed penalty notice on the 12th of April 2022 relating to an event in Downing Street on the occasion of your birthday, the 19th of June 2020, just a few weeks after the Barnard Castle affair. Putting aside the issue of your own fixed penalty notice, did you, and it's important I ask you this, did you apologise for the impression that had been given that staff in Downing Street take the rules and the regulations less than seriously? You, in fact, I think, described yourself as sickened yourself and furious.
I did, and I repeated that on many occasions.
But you acknowledge, of course, that all the breaches proved to have taken place, but the general behaviour took place in Downing Street on your watch.
I do, but I wish to just to stress, and I've always it's been clear for everything I've said. I take full responsibility for everything that the government said or did during the pandemic. I continue to regret very much what happened, but I really want to emphasise, and you talk about the impression, the version of events that has entered the popular consciousness about what is supposed to have happened in Downing Street is a million miles from the reality of what actually happened in Number 10. And I speak on behalf of, I know, of hundreds and hundreds of hard-working civil servants who thought that they were following the rules. And I know, I don't think have been properly characterised by some of the, not just the media coverage, but the dramatic representations that we're now having of this are absolutely absurd. And I want to repeat that. They're a million miles from the reality of what happened.
Mr. Johnson, one of the problems is that I've received a number of messages from bereaved people as I've travelled around the United Kingdom, and so many of them who suffered horrific grief during lockdown. Yes. We all know that it's far more traumatic even than many other kinds of grief. And then I'm afraid Partygate has been called exacerbated.
Of course, and I totally understand their feelings, and what can I do but again apologise for mistakes that we made in Number 10. What I'm trying to tell you and to tell the inquiry is that I think that the characterisation, the representation there has been of what civil servants and advisors were doing in Number 10 has been a travesty of the truth. They thought they were working very, very hard, which they were, and I certainly thought that what we were doing was, as I've said before, within the rules. So that is in no way to attempt to mitigate or to offence that has been caused, and I understand the offence that has been caused, and I apologise for the offence that has been caused. And if I had my time again, of course I'd have done things differently in number 10, and I would have sent repeated messages round saying, please, make sure that everybody can see that you're properly following the guidance. So, frankly, I think, as some of your witnesses have said, it was logistically impossible to do that. But anyway,
Mr. Johnson,
I think people know my views on this.
you say it was a million miles away from the reality of Downing Street. One of your most competent and sterling civil servants, Helen McNamara, said in live evidence to my lady, I'd find it hard to pick one day when the regulations were followed properly inside that building.
But that's the point I'm making. Because
Are you saying that this was all a matter of breaches of the regulations on account of
if you look at Catholic,
the formulaic obligations of walking down corridors and having to work in the building structure of Downing Street?
If you read what Helen said in her evidence to you, I think actually that is what she was driving at. She says there was one meeting where we were able to do things strictly by the absolute letter of the guidance, and it was unsustainable, and that was why the guidance was written in a way so as to allow businesses to have flexibility. And the particulars, I mean, I've been around this issue many times, and forgive me, but the situation in Downing Street, the conditions of work there, we were having to call, as the inquiry has heard, meeting after meeting after meeting, at all hours of the day and night, in rapid succession, and summon people rapidly to different meetings. As Helen McNamara rightly says, in those conditions, it was very hard to follow the letter of the guidance, and I've tried to explain that many times. But I understand the offence that has been caused.
May we have 226239, page 13, please? This is around that time in the revelation of the partying in Downing Street, a WhatsApp communication between yourself and your Cabinet Secretary. Your Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, was originally obligated to carry out an investigation, but for a variety of reasons which we needn't explore, he did not do so. But in the context of that debate at 23:04 on the 17th of December, Boris Johnson, in retrospect, we all should have told people, above all Lee Kane, to think about their behaviour in number 10 and how it would look. But now we must smash on. So that wasn't about technical breaches of the regulations because of the planning in Downing Street. It was a reference to behaviour, a behaviour of your officials and advisors, and you knew how it would look, but you didn't care that much.
I did care, and to say that I didn't care about what was happening generally is the complete opposite of the truth. And yes, I think that we could have done more in number 10 to insist that people thought about the way their behaviour would be perceived by others. And I made this point repeatedly to the various inquiries that have been held already into this matter. We should have thought about what it would look like to have people out in the garden when other people were not allowed in the garden, even though the garden was being used as a place of work. But the idea that I didn't, I mean, in your line of questioning, which has been of course excellent throughout, but you've dwelt particularly on WhatsApp exchanges and various things that I'm supposed to have said, which indicate that I didn't care. I did care, and I continue to care passionately about it. And I will, if you want, I haven't talked about this before in public, but, and it goes to what you were saying earlier about elderly people and my what you claim is my indifference to the pandemic. I just want to remind you that when I went into intensive care, I saw around me a lot of people who were not actually elderly. And in fact, they were middle-aged men, and they were quite like me. And some of us were going to make it, and some of us weren't. And what I'm trying to tell you, in a nutshell, and the NHS, thank God, did an amazing job and helped me survive. But I knew from that experience what an appalling disease this is. I had absolutely no personal doubt about that from March onwards. To say that I didn't care about the suffering that was being inflicted on the country is simply not right.
Mr. Johnson, I have never suggested you didn't care about the suffering. I suggested you didn't care about the reaction to the behaviour demonstrated, a clear reference on the face of that WhatsApp.
Well, I thank you for that clarification.
My lady.
Thank you. Mr. Weatherby, I think you're going to ask some questions, and then Ms. Campbell. I want to make sure that we don't have too long a morning.
I'm happy to crack on as long as you are and the stenographer and Mr. Johnson is.
So if we crack on for about 20 minutes?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Johnson, I am going to ask you some questions on behalf of about 7,000 bereaved family members from across England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, who are supporters of the COVID Bereaved Families for Justice UK, a group which eventually you did meet with at one point. I'm going to ask you questions for about 20 minutes, and some of the points that I'm going to ask you about have been touched upon by Mr. Keith, so I hope that you and I can collaborate in dealing with them effectively. I want to go back to a point that Mr. Keith raised with you about as part of your statement where you say, it's paragraph 15, where you say that the United Kingdom has defied most of the gloomier predictions and has ended the pandemic, or the most serious phases of it, well down the global league tables for excess mortality. Now, at the end of your exchange with Mr. Keith, my understanding was that you basically stood by that statement. Is that right?
Well, first thing to say is how glad I am that you and the representatives of the bereaved families are here and taking such a big part in these proceedings. I think that's a good thing, and I think it's very valuable for the inquiry. On the data, whatever the data may say, you know, one death is a tragedy.
Yes.
There were too many. I was merely making the point that I thought that the statistics are. I've seen several tables that seem to confirm what I was saying, and I point you to another one by the Lancet, giving roughly the same impression.
Okay. My question was, you stand by the statement that you made?
I do.
Yes. So, as far as I can see, in a very lengthy statement, no problem with that, but you don't actually provide much of a basis for that statement. So I want to just probe it a little bit further, if that's all right with you. And I want to put up a document. I'm going to actually put up a very small number of documents to you in my time, but I do want you to look at this one. It's 292765, and it's page 10, please. And just while it's going up, this is a graph that's been provided at the inquiry's direction, and it deals with this very issue, and it's the comparative position of the UK internationally. Now, an earlier witness told us that you have some difficulty with graphs, so whether that's right or not, don't worry, I'm going to actually point out the points that I want to raise with you, but I wanted you to be able to see it. But this is the comparative position of the United Kingdom, age standardised for excess deaths with other European countries over the period January 2020 to July 2022. And what it does is it shows that 18 months into the pandemic, it gives two points. It shows that 18 months into the pandemic, the United Kingdom was 9th highest out of the 33 countries in terms of its excess death adjusted. And then it dropped to 15th after 30 months. So it did get better. But the important point that I want to highlight and want fairly put to you with the document in front of you is that only Italy, amongst comparable countries, had a higher excess mortality rate. So it's right that the UK is in the middle of that graph, but in terms of comparable countries, only Italy has a higher mortality rate, and you'd agree with that, I assume, looking at that graph.
Well, I don't quite understand what you mean by comparable in that context.
Okay. Well, let me explain then. It's important, of course, that we don't compare apples with pears, as I'm sure you'll agree. So, if it's right, your statement, the UK defied most of the gloomier predictions, your words, we would be looking at comparisons, wouldn't we, with countries like France or Belgium or the Netherlands,
if you look at
rather than Bulgaria or Poland, which are very different countries. I'm not deprecating Bulgaria or Poland.
What are you doing with Bulgaria then?
But I'm asking you, if you're going to say that the UK defied the gloomier predictions, then the real comparison is with countries such as France or Belgium or Spain or Germany. Is that right?
Well, if you look at the point I was making, and which I stand by, is that the UK, the tables I've seen, actually comes about halfway down. And it's not just this table, it's I think there was a Lancet study as well. I think the former health secretary alludes to it in his evidence. This is not in any way to diminish the pain and the suffering of people who lost family members during COVID.
I understand that.
It is simply to point out, it is simply to mount, it is to reflect the enormous effort made by the whole of the UK to protect the NHS and save lives.
Can we stick to the question?
And I believe that it did.
Can we stick to the question? You've raised this in your statement. You made a sweeping assertion that the UK defied the more gloomy predictions. I'm putting to you some cold steel of evidence, and that's what I'm trying to do here.
Well, I don't believe that I don't believe that your evidence stacks up.
Okay.
And I think that actually, if you look at,
Could we just pause, please, Mr. Weatherby, Mr. Johnson? I'm sorry. I know that emotions are running high, but I have to ask those in the public gallery to keep quiet, whatever their emotions, because it's going to disrupt the proceedings and it affects the live feed, the streaming for other people who are trying to follow. I'm really sorry. I do understand, but it has to stop. All right?
Thank you, milady. Now, Mr. Johnson, the point I'm getting at is that you've raised this. I'm actually now trying to present some evidence. The inquiry has sought this evidence itself. Now, before you, I'll give you the opportunity to answer. But this evidence is based on ONS, Office of National Statistics material, and Eurostat material that they've got. And there's a document accompanying this. I'm not going to put it up. It's quite a detailed document, but it's been provided to the inquiry. I'll give it for the record. It's 271350. But that explains the basis of these figures. The age standardisation, which deals with the difference of population and difference of age spread. And it deals with the robustness of the international data that is used. So these are, I'm putting to you, the gold standard of the evidence in respect to this. It deals with excess deaths, not just COVID deaths. It deals with excess deaths over the period. So you haven't put forward any evidence to justify your assertion. Why are you questioning this?
I'm not questioning this. This shows, first of all, this shows exactly what I said it shows, which is that if you look at the European tables, we come about halfway down. Secondly, actually, if you look at the data, for instance, that the former Health Secretary, Mr. Hancock, cites in his own evidence, the Lancet study, you can see that the UK, France, and Germany and the tables for excess mortality are grouped very close together, and I think Italy sadly has a little bit more, and the Netherlands has a little bit more. Other nations a little bit more. The interesting thing for me is how at the end of it all, a prophecy by Chris Whitty was proved correct when he said that the UK would probably end for excess mortality around about the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
And that is indeed what has happened.
Okay.
And that does not in any way diminish the individual tragedies of people who have lost lives.
You've said that, but just dealing with these ONS statistics, this is what the King's Fund said. Now, the King's Fund, as I'm sure you know, is a prestigious independent healthcare institution, said well over a century ago. This is what it said. These figures show that although all European countries have experienced devastating death tolls from COVID, and the impacts varied geographically in terms of timing and magnitude, excess mortality in the United Kingdom during the pandemic exceeded that of most comparable Western European countries. And it went on, the UK also had the highest excess mortality rate compared with the baseline among people under 65 in Western European countries, such as France, Belgium, and Sweden. So I'm going to move on, but I'll put it to you once more that this gold standard of the data available does not support what you say in your statement, does it?
Well, I think, with great respect, I think that actually it does. And what I was responding to in my, and if you look at the Lancet document, the Lancet study, the UK is, I think, about 102nd of 190 or so countries. But in a way, I think this argument is irrelevant. All I was trying to do was to. I didn't want the inquiry to run away with the impression that there was something uniquely awful about the performance of the UK's services.
I've put the evidence to you. I've put it from what I'm describing as the gold standard. I've indicated to you that it's age standardised, it's excess deaths. One further point on this. Looking at the global picture, the Johns Hopkins University Institute of Medicine has done a review or a research per head of population. The UK comes out as number 20 in its global table of 173 countries for COVID. And similarly, the Worldometer website, which is a data set provider, which includes providing data to the UK government, has the UK at number 18 out of 231 countries. So again, the UK did far worse than you're trying to suggest, didn't it, Mr. Johnson?
I don't agree with that, and I think that if you look at the age of the UK population, as I said earlier in my evidence, the comorbidities that we sadly have, the density of the UK population.
Well, let's look at that.
I think that the original prophecy of the chief medical officer has turned out to be broadly correct.
Okay, well, let's look at that. You raise age and density. South Korea, a comparatively wealthy country of 52 million people, has an older population than the UK. It has a population density of almost twice the UK, and it had a quarter of the UK's deaths.
Can I try? I'll venture an explanation for that. And I think the answer is well known to people who followed it, and that is because, in no way to detract from the wonderful efforts of South Korean healthcare, but they already had substantial experience of plague, SARS, and other such diseases, and were well prepared, and arguably better prepared than the UK.
Yes.
To tackle something like this. If you look at the, notwithstanding what you say, if you look at the comparator countries in Europe, you haven't mentioned the United States, which had significantly higher mortality. The UK, given the elderliness of the population, the comorbidities, I do not think it is fair to say that the UK did significantly worse than others.
With respect, that's deflecting from my point, isn't it, by going off and talking about another country? I've given you the full picture here and asked you to comment on it.
I'm giving you... Sorry, you asked me for my opinion about South Korea. Now you're saying that I shouldn't be talking about another country.
No. Well, okay, South Korea, that segues me into my next point about what happened in March. So it was only by mid-March, wasn't it, that the United Kingdom government was serious about sourcing ventilators and oxygen supply and PPE and protective clothing. And it had failed to source anywhere near enough tests, as evidenced by much of the evidence that no doubt you followed in this inquiry. That's the reality. You got to mid-March without having addressed all of these issues of testing and PPE.
Well, it took a long time before we had a convenient lateral flow test that everybody could use anyway. And it took a while before that had been devised, partly thanks to work done at Port and Down.
Well,
and yes, it is. But yes, and I think it's one of the things that the inquiry needs to focus on is, yes, our diagnostics industry and capability was not strong enough at the time COVID broke.
No doubt.
That's absolutely true.
No doubt.
One of the legacies, and I should have said this since you've mentioned test, it allows me to segue conveniently into a point I wanted to make but didn't. Actually, what happened was that we went up massively in our ability to test people.
Yes, later.
By the end of that year, we were doing, I think, 300,000 by September and 500,000 people.
Okay, let's stick to the point.
And since you make other comparisons with other countries,
yes,
it is worth bearing in mind.
Okay, but let's stick to the point.
Our testing ability was by far the biggest in Europe.
Okay, going back to the point about South Korea, by mid-March, South Korea had actually tested 5 times the number of people that the UK had tested. And the reason for that was partly because they had a history of learning from SARS and MERS, which apparently the UK hadn't. But also because you and the government had not seen the COVID coming over the horizon. You had seen it, but you hadn't acted on it. I mean, paragraph 46 of your statement, looking back, it's clear that we vastly underestimated the risks in those early weeks. if we'd properly understood how fast COVID was spreading, and the fact that it was spreading asymptomatically, there are many things we would have done differently. If we realised that what this virus could do, then we would have immediately laid down stocks of PPE, checked PHE had diagnostic abilities, started the race for a vaccine and started to socialise the public with the idea that they were going to have to do NPIs. That's your own words, that you failed to act on things like ramping up testing and PPE until it was too late.
Sorry, what my words say is that we didn't know at the time what we needed to do. But even had we known, we would not have been able, in the time available, to build up anything like the diagnostics capabilities that were necessary for a test and trace scheme. And the test and trace system was rapidly overwhelmed in every European country.
Well, the problem is you hadn't got started with it, Mr. Johnson. That's what you're saying in your self-reflection in your statement, isn't it? The reality is.
No, that's not true. We had a test and trace system, and we could already test and trace people, but it was nothing like big enough. And what I hope will be one of the legacies of this exercise is that we will have a much bigger diagnostics industry, as indeed we now do.
But the reality is that your government was reactive, not to what was on the horizon, but what was there in the here and now. And you just reacted too late to provide PPE, source PPE, or source testing. And isn't that the reality of it?
No. As soon as we understood the scale of the problem, we shifted heaven and earth to get both things. I think by the end of the year, I think it was something like 35 billion items of PPE that we'd.
By the 5th of April, the BBC were reporting, still on the website, headline: coronavirus, the NHS workers wearing bin bags as protection. 3 days later, the Daily Telegraph ran a similar article. Even after the first lockdown had started, you were woefully short of PPE and testing because you hadn't reacted when it came on the horizon in January, ramped up testing capacity, ramped up PPE.
No, so even if we'd appreciated, and I've told you, I've explained that we didn't understand the scale and the pace of the virus's advance. But even if we had, I don't believe that it would have made that much difference in January, because the stocks were not great around the world. And if you remember what happened, we had a terrible situation in March when there were struggles virtually at airports over consignments of PPE to make sure they went from one country rather than
the documents show that at the beginning of March, which is when you first started to chair COBRA and you went to the hospital shaking hands with COVID patients, at the beginning of March, that the CCS, Civil Service Secretariat, was still scoping matters such as PPE and testing. By the 26th of April, well into a month into the first lockdown, there's a private email between you and Dominic Cummings, where you say that the T&T, the test and trace plans, were, quote, whistling in the dark with, quote, legions of imaginary Clouseaus and no plan to hire them, and an app that doesn't work. And finally this, a quote, we got to turn it around. That's what you were saying a month into lockdown about testing.
Well, what I was also being told, if you think about the evidence that had been given to me to begin with, I was being told that we did have a very good test and trace system. I was told that we had ample preparations, and that turned out not to be true. So what you're rightly quoting is me responding to the reality and telling the system that we've got to go up several gears and sort it out.
Just for the record, the reference is 226, 628 at page 21. But what you're doing there is you're saying the stable door's open, the horse is bolted, and you're realising that there's no plans in place to ramp up the testing. You've told us this morning that in early March you didn't realise where on the curve you were. Now, part of the reason for that is that the UK didn't have enough tests.
Sorry. The UK's diagnostics industry was not as well developed when the pandemic began as others. That's absolutely correct.
And your government didn't do anything about it.
And that was because I was being told in those early weeks that we were well covered. And I think if you look at what Chief Medical Officer had to say, what Yvonne Doyle had to say at around that time, you can see that they believe that we have a big testing capability.
Okay.
And that was what I was picking up. That turned out not to be true. We reacted. We then set up one of the biggest testing, well, I think probably certainly the biggest testing industries in Europe. And I want to thank Dido Harding very much for everything that she did.
Well,
she did a tremendous
I put the point to you.
And I want to thank Paul Dighton for what he did on securing PPE.
You're deflecting again, Mr. Johnson, aren't you?
No, I'm telling you what we did.
I'm going to move on to a final point, if I may. And I'd like you to look, it's a different point, jumping to September, the 11th of September. Can we have up on the screen, please, 280061, page 153. Now, this is September. Mr. Keith dealt with much of this, so I can deal with it very quickly. This is a page from Professor Valence's diaries relating to that day. I'll read it just through quickly. 11th of September, schools data reviewed on the dashboard. You say, what am I being told? Is this a great triumph? Mr. Hancock says, yes, a great triumph. Professor Valence comments, care homes upward spiking cases over the past few days. Here we go again. You say, and this is the critical point, or one of two critical points here, you say, we need to remember the grim history of March. And then Professor Valence called for a package of actions. Mr. Hancock refers to care home winter plan. And then you say, everyone says the rule of six is so unfair, punishing the young, but fuck you, Daily Mail.
I apologise for my language.
OK, well, it's in shouty capitals and underlined.
Well, not by me.
By Professor Valence. Look, this is all about stopping deaths. We need to tell them. Hospital admissions are clearly beginning to increase. But first of all, do you recall this and the flavour of it being accurate?
No, but what I can tell you, if indeed it is accurate, is that what I would have been saying is that this is September.
Yeah.
We're in a. You can see as I was saying earlier to Mr. Keith, to the inquiry, you can see the risk that the virus is going to start taking off again. I'm extremely worried.
Exactly what I'm putting it to you for.
And with great respect to you, sir, it looks to me as though what I'm saying here is that the priority is to, and I'm sorry to have said this about the Daily Mail, but the priority is to stop deaths.
Well, wait for the question. You were there recognising that we were back in a position not dissimilar to March. You're also recognising, with the reference to part of the media, that you've got competing pressures, aren't you? That's what's going on. So you're saying let's look for a package of measures.
I just for the avoidance of doubt, I don't think that this is meant to be a general criticism of that great organ.
I'm not suggesting it is.
The press, the Daily Mail. Though there had presumably been something that they had said that had wound me up about the rule of six or whatever.
Here you're
and what I was saying was we need restrictions. And I think probably what I'm saying is, which I then did, because on the 9th, I say that we've got to have
Yes,
the rule of
that's where I'm going with this, Mr. Johnson. You're recognising you've not got your head somewhere else. You're recognising the problem. You're back in a position not dissimilar to March. You're recognising something has to be done, and you're recognising there's opposition to that. So you've got this tension. That's right, isn't it? That's what this reflects.
And that's what was
Yes,
at the heart of the whole debate.
Then,
of course.
And then we get.
But I hope that everybody that you so ably represent understand. My priority was saving lives.
But then we get to the 21st of September with SAGE recommending this circuit breaker. Just 10 days later, circuit breaker with a attached package, and you reject it. You go with a tier system, which you never refer back to SAGE. SAGE never gets to look at SAGE.
Great respect. I think I can repeat, if you like, what I said to the Counsel for the inquiry. But the gist of it is that I thought there were downsides to the proposed circuit breaker. It wasn't as simple as all that. It was immensely destructive. The risk was you'd have to keep doing it, as they themselves acknowledged. The Health Secretary himself didn't support it, and I thought that the best thing for at least for a while was to see if we could intensify the national measures and then go to.
Yes, you've said that. Just this before I sit down, that what this demonstrates is that you understand the problem. You're caught in this tension between two sides, and you delay, and you're indecisive.
No.
And the actual proper measures that bring R down eventually are punted off until the infection has spread, and more people die.
I respectfully say that's total rubbish. And but I've tried to deal with that argument. I don't think it stacks up. I think if you look at both the timing of events in March, the sequence of things that we did, then the sequence of things that we did in September, October, November, they were reasonable. Our priority was to protect the NHS and save lives. And by the way, unlike some other countries, we did not have our healthcare system overwhelmed. And in that respect, at least, unlike the scenes we saw in some other countries, the healthcare system was not overwhelmed in this country. And in that respect, I think that the efforts of the British people paid off.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. We'll break now. The stenographer's had too long a morning, and I'm sorry for that. Mr. Johnson, this afternoon, when you do answer the questions, I appreciate it's very difficult, but keep your answers slower, because the
I will. Okay.
is trying to keep up. And I don't want to have to repeat my warnings. Please heed what I said this morning, because otherwise I'm going to have to ask other people to leave, and that is the last thing I want to do. Ms Campbell.
Mr Johnson, my name is Brenda Campbell and I ask questions on behalf of the Northern Ireland COVID Bereaved Families for Justice, which means that I ask questions on behalf of people who are members of a club that they never wished to be members of, but having become members by virtue of their bereavement, they have campaigned for this inquiry. They have listened intently to all the evidence, including yours, in search for answers. And I want you to understand that the questions that I ask are asked on their behalf. And so if I may, can I ask you please to answer with clarity and with brevity those questions on their behalf? To put it bluntly, Mr Johnson, where a one-word answer is sufficient, I'll take it. It's plain from your evidence today and yesterday that you have followed a great deal of the evidence at this inquiry and that Her Ladyship has heard. You told us yesterday that you have seen the impact video that was played at the start of this module, and the impact of long COVID was reflected powerfully in that. You'll also recall, having watched that it captured the experience of our client, Martina Ferguson, who lost her mother, Ursula Derry, on the 4th of January 2021. But can I ask you, have you also listened to and watched the oral evidence from the bereaved in this module and in Module 1?
No.
Well, the question might be, why not?
Because I'm afraid I haven't been able to watch all the evidence in this inquiry.
Had you watched it, in Module 1, you would have heard the evidence of Brenda Doherty about the loss of her mother, Ruth. And at the outset of this module on the 5th of October, you would have heard the evidence of Katrina Miles, who lost her father, Gerard McLaren, 3 years ago, in fact, this month. And if you continue to listen to further modules, you'll hear stories of further bereavement that Her Ladyship has invited to be told, understanding the pain and the distress that families feel. But one of Miss Miles's points that she told us about was a galling juxtaposition of being told on the 18th of December 2020 that her father, aged 67, was going to die in the coming days from COVID, and that he died alone. His time of death is not known. 5 days later, on the 23rd of December. The juxtaposition that she told us about, that in her words was sickening, was that on the 18th of December, there were one of several Christmas events in Downing Street and around the area to have taken place that month. This particular event was a wine and cheese party and a secret Santa during a so-called business meeting. Do you understand, and on behalf of the bereaved, really understand the idea that many of those who were denied the possibility of saying goodbye to loved ones, whilst at the same time those making the draconian rules were to be seen to be flouting them, is, as Miss Miles told us, galling and sickening? Do you understand that?
Thank you. And the short answer is, as I told the chairman of the inquiry, yes, I do understand people's pain and people's offence, of course.
You see, sadly, her experience and that of her family is far from unique. The revelations of the unlawful parties and gatherings in Downing Street have, as Her Ladyship has acknowledged this morning, compounded the distress and the grief felt by families who were denied the opportunity either to say a final goodbye, or to host a wake, or to host a funeral for their loved ones. If you do understand that, as you tell us you do, why was it allowed to happen?
Thank you. I've extensively tried to explain how I think that came about and why I think the people who were working in Downing Street for a very long time and very hard believed that they were working within the rules at the time. Though, as I say to you to those you represent, and again to the to Mane. I understand fully the point that you are making, and I regret it very much.
I'm going to move on from this topic, but it's perhaps important to note that by the 18th of December 2020, there had been 86,886 COVID-related deaths that year. This, I'm going to suggest, is not a matter of hindsight. It was plain that the country and that those who were bereaved were in extreme pain and distress. Could you have done more to stop it?
To stop the pandemic?
The gatherings, the Partygate, the wine and cheese parties, the Secret Santas, the pub quizzes or the Zoom quizzes.
I had no knowledge of the event on the 18th at the time.
That was not my question.
At the time that it took place.
Could you have done more to stop it?
I think that the trouble was, as I've said, that people were working extremely hard in
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to. We've heard that.
If I'd had
my question is,
sorry, please go ahead.
And this may be one where a yes or no answer would suffice. Could you have done more to stop it?
I think the answer to that is that, given what I knew at the time about what was going on, the answer to that is no. But what I possibly should have done is issued a general instruction to everybody to be mindful of the rules and how things would appear. And as I say, I think in one of the WhatsApps that was earlier quoted by the Counsel to the inquiry, that's my view.
That WhatsApp was dated almost exactly 1 year later on the 17th of December 2021.
Ms Campbell, you need to move on.
I'm
You've gone
moving
beyond
on.
my permitted
Yes.
questions already.
On the keeping on the theme, if we may, of perhaps not doing quite enough, may I return to the issue of your communications with the devolved administrations? And you touched on this yesterday. You told us why, in your view, COBRAs at which the leaders of the devolved administrations attended were not working, and we heard about the concern of leaks and so on. But you knew when COBRAs were stopped in May 2020 that left no formal means by which you could meet the leaders of the devolved administrations in the middle of this global pandemic. You understood that, didn't you?
I don't think that's quite true. There were obviously plenty of opportunities in which I could meet the leaders of the devolved administrations. I had excellent relations both with Michelle and Arlene Foster, but as the inquiry has heard, we tried to split the labour.
Well, in fact, the decision, if you call it to split the labour, and the consequence of it was that between May and October, September 2020, you didn't have any direct meetings with the leaders of the devolved administrations. That's a fact.
Well, meetings themselves were quite difficult.
Well, but the point that I'm making to you, Mr. Johnson, is that the point of stopping the COBRAs and replacing them with Four Nations calls at which you would not be present nor participate was a deliberate decision to manage the devolved administrations.
It was my judgment that the DAs, with whom we had excellent relations, and I think that overwhelmingly things worked well across the UK. But I thought that the CDL was well placed to deal with them, and he did.
So the answer to my question that it was a deliberate decision is yes.
Yes.
And it was deliberate because we've heard yesterday it was, in your view at the time, optically wrong. It was, as you told us in your statement, more importantly because you, in that way, would not be communicating directly with the First Minister of Scotland. And it was deliberate, I think, as you told us yesterday, in order to have a mechanism that would avoid leaks or so-called divergence. But there was an opportunity, wasn't there, for some form of what you called integrated decision-making and direct communications that was, as you told us yesterday, in hindsight, desirable. But you opted not to take it. and that was the Joint Ministerial Committee. Do you agree? You opted not to take it deliberately.
I think the problem with and I remember we covered this yesterday, the problem with that particular approach was that it was still vulnerable to some of the weaknesses you've just mentioned.
The benefit of that particular approach is that it would have been an independent stream, a committee chaired by you, in which you would have met and discussed with the leaders of the devolved administrations the great crisis that this country was facing at the time. It may have been constitutionally weird, to use your word from yesterday, or perhaps even imperfect, but it was an option available to you, wasn't it?
Yes, that's certainly correct, though I want to stress that I think that the overwhelming result of the cooperation we had with the DAs was very productive and harmonious.
Your evidence yesterday, Mr. Johnson, was that perhaps you should have done more on reflection.
I think what I said was that I would like what we need is some sort of leak-proof integrated system. That's the grail.
Well, surely what you needed was better forms of direct communications with the leaders of the devolved administration in an environment that best benefited communication across all of the devolved administrations.
I think we had excellent communications across all of the DAs, and I think that the overall performance of the UK in the pandemic as a single entity was remarkable, and every part of the UK played an important part in the effort. If you look at it, there was a huge amount of joined up work going on across the whole country.
Well, what credence then do you give to the complaints coming from the leaders of the devolved administrations, and I mean across the board, not just in Northern Ireland, of a high-handed, incommunicative approach from Westminster?
Well, I don't recognise that version of events.
So, just to be clear, you reject the idea of a high-handed, incommunicative approach by Westminster as complained about by the devolved administration?
I do, and I think that we had a huge amount of contact between Number 10 and the DAs, between central government and the DAs, and every effort was made to bring along everybody together.
I'm going to move on, if I may, then, to what you suggested in your statement was a way in which we could have brought everybody together, and that is your proposal for a pan-UK Civil Contingencies Act. Although that is the position in your statement, should we understand that your updated position is that there are powerful arguments against that proposal?
I've noticed in the course of these excellent hearings and the discussion that's gone on that people think that the CCA is not the right framework. I'm listening to that. I think that maybe something could be done under the 1984 Public Health Act, as I think I said yesterday. Somehow or other, I think we need to recognise that a pandemic presents a particular problem for the whole of a cross-boundary problem for the whole of the UK, and that there needs to be some sort of a way of making sure that our messages are united. That was the point I was making, and I'm sure the inquiry will attach whatever importance to this it thinks is right. But I felt during the course of the pandemic occasionally that messages were being blurred and people were being confused because of a succession of press conferences from different parts of the UK. Now, I may have been super sensitive to that, but I was getting quite a lot of echo about that.
Well, time permitting, I'd like to ask you some questions about that at the end, but just dealing with the issue of Pan-UK Civil Contingencies Act, you obviously now realise that your proposal for such a Pan-UK Act achieved relatively rare cross-party unity in Northern Ireland against that proposal. In fact, it was the united view that there is a need for a bespoke and devolved level response to the pandemic to take into account each administration's social political landscape. And you must surely agree, Mr Johnson, that given the regional and indeed significant geographical differences, particularly for the north of Ireland and the epidemiological reality of the island of Ireland, that any pandemic response must allow for regional flexibility and divergence.
Yes, I see that argument. I think we've had quite a lot of discussion this morning about the downsides of regional divergence and the downsides of different parts of the country taking a different approach. I think that was there was quite a lot about that this morning.
The discussion this morning focused on the difference between Devon and Cornwall and the West Midlands or further north. I'm asking you questions on behalf of the citizens of the bereaved families of Northern Ireland. Do you not agree that particularly when it comes to the north of Ireland, on the island, that there is a need to recognise the particular geographical and regional features of that place?
So when it comes to Northern Ireland, yes, clearly you're right. There's we have to take account of the greater epidemiological unity of the island of Ireland, and what you say has force.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
But, I still think that there's you asked generally about the DAs. I think the more unified we can be, the better.
Well, of course, but the suggestion of unity and of an integrated approach led by Westminster, be it either written in statute or achieved by more meaningful and direct communication, must assume, mustn't it, that Westminster is capable of real leadership, both in public and behind closed doors, and it is capable of taking timely and proportionate action in response to the pandemic in all corners of the UK.
And indeed, that's what Westminster did. And I remember vividly going to Northern Ireland in early 2021 and seeing how very, very much faster the vaccines were being rolled out in Northern Ireland than they were in, and nobody will thank me for saying it, but I've got to say it, than they were over the border in the EU. And there are reasons for that. And I think that
Mr. Johnson, again,
the Westminster
brevity,
approach that
please.
you've deprecated led to significant benefits for the people of Northern Ireland.
Does it follow from your agreement with that suggestion that you would not countenance binding the devolved administrations to a one-nation approach led by Westminster that flip-flopped, dithered, delayed, exercised indecision and or poor judgment?
I don't think I agreed with your approach, and it does not follow.
Divergence and clarity in messaging is something that you touched on, and my lady, it's my final topic. You blame divergence of the devolved administrations, some getting more blame than others, but you blame that divergence and differentiation of approach for the lack of clarity in messaging. And you know that the devolved administrations and the leaders who have provided statements to my lady don't necessarily agree with you. That the concerns raised by Paul Given, to take one example, is that if there is a need for divergence across the four nations, the communication around it simply needs to be managed. This was something that was not done well at the early stages of the pandemic. The Prime Minister tended to speak as though he was speaking for all four nations rather than giving space to the devolved administrations to manage communications. And my lady has heard a great deal of evidence about England-focused data being cited, about an England or even London-centric approach being adopted by Westminster. To borrow the words of Professor Henderson, if you choose not to be clear in your messaging, Mr. Johnson, do you accept that that's your choice?
I think the issue was that within the UK and accepting the particular issues raised by the island of Ireland, it's a single epidemiological unit. The trouble was that we were From time to time, and we mustn't exaggerate this, from time to time there was a dissonance in the message. I think that when message was so important, it would have been ideally we would have had complete coherence, because I think sometimes people found it hard to follow and couldn't see why one area was different from another.
Was a reason for that confusion, to the extent that there was confusion, because of your government choosing a lack of clarity in message and not respecting the clear and giving a clear understanding of the need for regional differences?
No, I think the reason was the difference in the messaging and people being confused as to what exactly they were being asked to do.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Ms Campbell. Ms Harris. Now, if you look around the pillar, Mr Johnson, Ms Harris is in the back.
Good afternoon, my lady. Good afternoon, Mr Johnson. I appear on behalf of COVID-19 Bereaved Families for Justice Cymru, representing bereaved families in Wales. In the time I have available, I'd like to ask you some questions, again, about relations between the UK government and the Welsh government this time, and including some questions relating to the different approaches during autumn of 2020. I apologise in advance that there is some treading on ground which has already been covered. I will be approaching matters from a, obviously, Welsh government perspective. First of all, with regards to coordination and decision-making between the four nations, and I'd like to ask you a question about the approach to the arrangements for the four nations to communicate with each other and to seek to reach agreement on the way forward. First of all, I'd like to refer to a passage in the report which has been commissioned by the inquiry from, as has been mentioned, Professor Henderson. And this records that at the early stage of the pandemic, there was praise for the way that intergovernmental relations were conducted. And the report cites Mr Vaughan Gething, Health Minister for Wales, on the 10th of March 2020, saying about COBRA the following: "I don't always agree with Matt Hancock, and I certainly don't always agree with Boris Johnson. But during our COBRA calls, there has been a genuinely serious and grown-up attempt to go through issues and to reach agreement on finding the best way forward, the best way through." That's what he said. And the report then goes on to say that by September 2020, enthusiasm had waned, and it was suggested that an absence of four nations meetings had not been helpful when it came to clarity in communications. My second point of context for this question is that we know, of course, as has been mentioned, COBRA did not meet at all between the 10th of May and the 22nd of September 2020. And that, of course, included the period when the UK as a whole was coming out of lockdown. Having gone into lockdown together, it included the time, that period included the time when the UK and, of course, the four nations together were coming out of lockdown. So bearing that in mind, my questions are: do you agree that the type of endeavour that Mr Gething describes in the quote, i.e. genuinely serious and grown-up attempts to go through issues and reach agreement, do you agree that that is what was needed between the four nations during the pandemic? That's the first part. And the second part of the question is, do you agree, and I think you may have indicated your opinion on this already, but I'd like to ask you for any further reflections on the point, do you agree that in order for there to be the best chance for that type of engagement having been sustained throughout the pandemic, that there needed to have been different arrangements after May 2020 to those that were in place at that stage? And I'm not asking about changing the responsibilities of devolved nations. I'm asking about the machinery for interactions, given the framework that we have.
So I think the answer is yes and then no, if I've got your questions in the right order.
Yes, you have got my questions in the right order. Yes, and so and your answer no is to my suggestion that what was needed in order to sustain that kind of serious and grown-up attempt type engagement did not need, as has been suggested, a more predictable pattern of engagement with the Prime Minister for the devolved administrations than existed with the arrangements that were in place.
I don't think it did. I think the UK effort was remarkable, and there was far more that united us than divided us. I have excellent relations and did have excellent relations with Mark Drakeford. I know he always wanted to have more meetings, but I did believe that Michael Gove was doing an excellent job, and I believe that Mr. Drakeford recently told Mr. Gove that actually he thought that the collaboration had been very good.
In Mr. Drakeford's evidence, he has said that there was a vacuum in that there wasn't the possibility of speaking directly to the Prime Minister sufficiently, and he's referred to the need for a regular checkpoints with the Prime Minister. Would you not agree that had there been a greater opportunity for that to happen, then that would have meant that it would have been more possible and more likely that differences could have been ironed out and there could have been a more coherent and coordinated approach forged between the four nations?
I think that every Prime Minister would like to do much more the whole time. I had to do whatever I could to fight COVID. I thought that that the system we had going was pretty good, and I felt that the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster was doing a good job of interacting with the DAs. If I felt that wasn't the case, if I felt that there was a serious breakdown of relations between the centre and the DAs, I would of course have intervened, but that didn't happen.
So to summarise then, Mr. Johnson, you evidently felt that the arrangements that there were in place were sufficient to promote a forging of a coordinated four nations approach. I think that's your indication.
I think that within the limits of what was going to be politically realistic, given the prerogatives of the DAs, I think that that's entirely right.
And you're aware, of course, that that's not a view that is shared across the devolved administrations.
Well, I'm as I said to you just now, I'm not certain that quite how strongly your point is echoed. I think actually I've heard that Mr. Drakeford in particular feels that the level of cooperation was good.
Well, Mr. Johnson, that's not evidence that's been submitted to Module 2 in this inquiry, and that is certainly not consistent with the written evidence that's been submitted on behalf of Mr. Drakeford. I'd like to ask you about the phrase that you used and the point that's made in your witness statement, where you stated it's optically wrong for the UK Prime Minister to hold regular meetings with other devolved administration ministers. This, of course, has been highlighted previously. It is a statement that you made, it's not in a WhatsApp message, or it's not in somebody's diary, not intended to be published. This is in your witness statement. Would you agree that as a Prime Minister in the time of a pandemic public health crisis, that you should have decided on what were the appropriate arrangements for consultation with the devolved administrations solely on the basis of what would be best to further the aim of an effective response to the pandemic, and not your views about optics, that optics should not have formed part of that decision-making?
Well, I think that, that was the reason we did it, because I think that the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster was well placed to conciliate, to bring people together, and to get on with explaining and coordinating the position.
I understand that that's your view, Mr. Johnson, but with regard to the statement about optics, it can't be right, can it, that optics are a factor when deciding on what's the best setup for engagement with the other devolved governments during a pandemic?
I think
you'd agree with that.
So I think my considerations were primary. The risk of, to be absolutely frank with the inquiry, the risk of pointless political friction and grandstanding because the well-known opposition of some of the DA administrations to the government and also to avoid unnecessary leaks. And I thought that the way to minimise divergence and tensions, actually, and this, you can quarrel with this judgment, but I thought the way to minimise divergence and tensions was to take the temperature down and to have business-like and practical meetings between the CDL and the DAs, and that's what we did. And I think by and large it was extremely effective.
Thank you. I've heard your answer, Mr. Johnson. I'll move on to the next question, and I'd like to ask you now to address, please, how the UK government regarded the Welsh firebreak, which was in place from the 23rd of October to the 9th of November 2020. The first question is, when the UK government was informed by the Welsh government of its plan to enter a firebreak, which is, as we know, a short lockdown, did this trigger any consideration by the UK government of alignment of England with Wales, by which both nations would move forward together to a lockdown at the same time? And that's bearing in mind that the UK government announced a national lockdown for England on the 31st of October, so only a few days later, the duration of which was 4 weeks to the 2nd of December.
Of course I gave, because I can't remember the exact date when I saw to answer your question, the news of the Welsh firebreak, when I was informed about it. I'm sure that we would have thought about seeing if we could do things together. We've gone extensively this morning through my thinking around that issue, and that's why we went for the option that we did.
Was there any thinking that it would be better for both nations to be acting in a coordinated way together at that point?
I'm sure that we would have. I don't remember any specific conversations about this, but I'm sure we were thinking the whole time about the choice between fire breaks, lockdowns, and intensifying tiering, and all the other things that we've discussed today, and that might have meant England and Wales acting together, or it might not. But I'm certain that would have been. You're right to make the point that would have been one of the advantages had we chosen to go that way. But we didn't.
Right. Now, one of the points that you've made in your witness statement is that you can understand why Wales decided on a firebreak, as the incidence in Wales was high and tiering was not working well. That's your observation. And you go on to state your view that the Welsh firebreak was not effective. You say it doesn't seem to have made a difference in Wales. So I'd like to ask you, in hindsight, what do you think would have been the right course for Wales? Is it the case that Wales should have had, in fact, a longer lockdown? It was 17 days, and we know, of course, the English lockdown was 4 weeks. Should Wales also simply have had a 4-week-long lockdown, or should it have had its lockdown earlier?
I think it was striking that we ended up really doing pretty much the same sort of thing, and I think that it was an illustration of how the UK tended to in spite of everything, to move more in step than sometimes the politics seem to suggest.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask you now about clarity in messaging. And one of the points that you made in your evidence yesterday was that clarity and unity of messaging was very important. And I'd like to ask you about the change of message from the UK government's stay at home to stay alert and how that was handled. And by way of context to the question, the change was related to the route out of lockdown. And if I could ask to pull up on the screen, please, the document INQ 000256846. And that's there. That's there. Thank you very much. So what you see there is a record compiled by the Principal Private Secretary of the First Minister for Wales. And it's in an email dated the 8th of the 5th, 2020. And it's a record of a meeting with Mr. Gove on the 8th of May of the devolved administration's first ministers. And it precedes the COBRA meeting, which was on the 10th of May, which dealt with the announcement or discussion prior to the announcement of the road out of lockdown. And if I could refer to some passages briefly in this, just to introduce the question that I'd like to ask you, having looked at this document and one other document very briefly. So first of all, we have the text, key points from call today with CDL and FM's Scotland and NI. And obviously the Welsh First Minister was present as well. And first bullet point, COBRA expected Sunday afternoon. A little bit further down the page, recognition that different jurisdictions may move at different pace depending on progress of disease and practicalities, for example, different school calendars, but this does not undermine Four Nations approach. Then a little further down, if we go to the bullet point, the penultimate bullet point, DAs emphasised keeping core stay-at-home message. Gove will reinforce with PM, and then CDL summarised, recognition that different pace of change reflects devolution and pace of disease. He will make sure we have time to contribute to COBRA discussions. And then finally, will talk to PM re-stay at home narrative. So it's obvious, of course, from that document, Mr. Johnson, just to confirm that the devolved administrations wanted to stay with the stay at home message at that time. Thank you. And if I could now ask for this next document to be pulled up, please. It's INQ 000216537. And this is a record that has been compiled of the COBRA meeting on the 10th of May. This is the record compiled by the Communications Director for the Welsh Government. And this record, if I can ask to go to the third page of this record, and just very briefly, some of the observations that are recorded that were made. The issue about messaging relating to the change of message from stay at home to stay alert was raised by the First Minister for Scotland, but as we know, it was a matter where there were concerns from all the devolved administrations. And she has raised the point, and at the top of page 3, we see Prime Minister responded that nothing will appear in Scotland that will cut across the stay-at-home messages. And then in the next paragraph, we see that the UK Director of Communications, Alex Aiken, he makes some observations. I think it's fair to say that the summary of what he's saying is that he's summarising the merits of the change to stay alert. He says, stay alert encourages people to change behaviour and permissions. It has polled well. Monday into Tuesday, we will start national advertising to start to change behaviours. And then if we look a little bit further on, it refers to, in the next paragraph, to the First Minister for Scotland, reiterating that they would not be moving to the stay alert message and looking for assurances that there would be no paid ads on TV or elsewhere in Scotland. This would undermine messages of the Scottish Government. Prime Minister said they will deconflict messaging as far as possible. We can move forward as 4 nations. Now is the moment to recalibrate messaging. And then further text relating to what you then went on to say. So the question that I'd like to ask, arising out of looking at those passages, is, as you can recall, what did the UK government do to make sure that the change of message took account of the fact that the devolved administrations were not changing their message? They wanted to stay with stay at home as the main message. And what did the plan to deconflict amount to?
Well, if I may say so, and thank you very much for taking us through all this. I think you're rather eloquently illustrating one of the problems that we had. And you're perfectly correct that there was a divergence in the message and in the advice. And in England, certainly, we felt that the people had been through an awful lot. There'd been a huge sacrifice effort by the public to get the R down below 1. People needed to know whether they should go back to work or not. We wanted to have a message to allow people to go back to work if they could, and to get things going because of the very serious harms that we had seen. And now, the difficulty was, as you rightly say, that in other parts of the UK, they had a slightly different approach, and it was hard to get a message that everybody could agree upon.
Yes, and a message wasn't agreed on. That's clear, isn't it? There wasn't agreement about the move to stay alert. The devolved administrations, as you've confirmed, wanted to stay with stay at home. And my question is what did the UK government do? Did it plough ahead with stay alert, regardless, with very little adjustment, or did it do all that could sensibly be done to make sure that there was, and you've emphasised the need for clarity, that there was as much clarity as possible so that people who lived in each of the 4 nations knew what applied to them? Did the UK government do all it could sensibly do in order to bring about that outcome?
The difficulty was, I think that we tried as much as we could to forge a consensus. I think it would be fair to say that certainly in Scotland and Wales, I'm not certain of Northern Ireland, but certainly in Scotland and Wales, there was throughout the pandemic under the Labour government in Wales and under the SNP in Scotland a general, a greater degree of caution and a greater desire to keep within lockdown measures than there was in the UK government as a whole. And I sympathised with that. I understood why people felt like that, and I think that went very much with the grain of a lot of public opinion. But we also had to try to reflect the fact that we got the R down below 1, and there was no point in doing that unless you were going to try to not just to save life, but also to take advantage of the freedom that gave us. And it was, and this is a perfect example of the difficulty that we had of having public health messaging that was divergent across the UK.
Well, Mr. Johnson,
I think it would have been, frankly,
I'm afraid there's no more time.
It would have been better.
I have to finish.
It would have been better to have a unified approach. Though I appreciate and I can from all the questionings that I've had, the legitimate sensitivities that raises in the DAs. We've got to find a way of doing this that doesn't tread on people's toes, but produces a unified answer.
I mean, the UK government itself needed to be clear, didn't it? You'd agree with that?
And the UK government was clear. The problem was that within the UK, we have, under our devolved settlement, we have the perfect right of people to announce policies that were divergent.
Thank you very much, Ms Harris. I'm afraid everybody's running over and we can't have too long a day today, so could everybody else who's coming afterwards please stick to their time limits. Ms Mitchell. Ms Mitchell's over there, Mr
Yeah.
Johnson.
Mr Johnson, I am instructed by Amar Anwar and Company on behalf of the Scottish COVID bereaved. In his evidence to the inquiry, Lord Edward Udney Lister was asked about a chain of emails where the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, was requesting a telephone call with you. And this was on the 5th of March 2020, an important day because it was the day that COVID was added to the list of notifiable diseases. So it was a landmark day. An answer to asking why there was a reluctance to have the First Minister contact you, Lord Edward Udney Lister gave the following evidence, and this is from the transcript of 7th November 2023, page 105. Well, I mean, as you can see from the exchange of emails, the meeting took place, so I certainly wasn't trying to block that meeting taking place, but there was quite a lot of tension between the Prime Minister and the First Minister. They had no real personal relationship of any kind, other than that they, I think, generally didn't like each other very much. I would like to ask, is this a fair characterisation of the relationship between you and the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon?
Oh, I'm sorry to hear Eddie said that. Actually, I had no ill will whatsoever towards the First Minister of Scotland. When I've talked to her, we've got on very well and had a friendly relationship. And as I think you just said, we did indeed have a meeting.
Is it odd that such a close and senior person working for you got that impression?
Well, I think that the let's put it this way: much as I love the SNP, they weren't politically. There was a certain amount of toing and froing between the SNP and me as the Prime Minister. I wouldn't like to produce everything that they've said about me over the years. But
let's just focus on these particular questions. You say you had plenty of opportunity to meet the leaders of the devolved administration, but as my learned friend, one of my learned friends has already pointed out to you, between May and October you hadn't. If it were to be correct that you had a certain degree of reluctance to meet with the First Minister, does that play into the fact that there were so few meetings during this time?
I think we've gone into the reasons for all this quite a lot, and I think I think Nicola was at a Cobra that we had quite shortly thereafter. I remember a conversation, a long discussion involving us, and several discussions involving her at meetings throughout the pandemic, and genuinely my relations with her have always been friendly and professional. I think the reasons for the approach that we took were, as I've been saying to others, that I thought a grown-up way of doing this that would take the steam out of things, keep things focused on the needs of the UK public, would be to manage it in the way that we did.
And why would, as you say, taking the steam out of things, why would that require Mr Gove to be appointed to the role?
Well, I think, as I say in my statement, I think he was well suited to the job of bringing people together, hearing people's opinions, conciliating, without people who are not necessarily my number one political fans, feeling the need to chip paint off the government.
Mr. Johnson, you say, I don't need this up, but you say at paragraph 191 of your statement that you've given to this inquiry that sometimes when you had to make political decisions about what was going to happen with the country, sometimes decisions were urgent and needed to be made extremely quickly, which could present a challenge. Either we would need to convene a COBRA, invite the DAs to a cabinet meeting or a UK government subcommittee meeting at which their role was not always completely clear, or we would need to take a decision ourselves and bring the DAs on board. None of this was ideal. Now, as we've seen from this inquiry as it's taken place, a lot of government in the modern day appears to be done by way of very fast means of communication: text, email, WhatsApps, phone, video conferencing. Why do you consider that consulting the DAs would have prevented urgent decision making?
I'm sure there could have, in an ideal world, perhaps we could have found a way of doing it. My concern was that the DAs would understandably and use their legitimate prerogatives to do things differently, and from time to time to come out of what were meant to be confidential meetings and understandably want to talk to their own media within the DAs about what was going on and to explain the position. Now, I think the inquiry needs to reflect upon this, and it's not for me to say what the inquiry needs to reflect on, but I've found that it was a difficulty during the conduct of the pandemic. The virus doesn't respect any borders within the UK. The virus doesn't respect administrative boundaries.
With respect,
we saw this problem with the tiering approach. I think that we need to think as far as we possibly can about ways of getting a unified message, and I say that with maximum respect to the DAs and to their.
I'm coming on to the issue of messaging. That will be a chapter I will develop. But at the moment, I would like to stay with the issue of how to interact with the DAs in the times of, for example, a pandemic. You have talked about there needs to be a structure that should be put in place to allow for consultation between the UK government and the devolved administrations during emergency situations. And you have indicated that what you would like is a leak-proof integrated system. Can you help the inquiry as to how that might be done?
Not at present, no, because I think it's very difficult, and it may be that it's a contradiction in terms, but that's the ideal.
It is certainly, I think, been said earlier in the inquiry that government leaks.
It does. But what you don't typically have in government is a mixture of politicians who are, by definition, adversarial to each other in wanting to remove each other from office in the sense they belong to different parties. And
but Mr. Johnson,
that's one of the complexities that the pandemic threw up.
The questions that were being discussed in these meetings weren't about that sort of thing. They were about dates and times and what should be used, whether we should use masks, or there wasn't a necessity or scope for that in those meetings.
I think what happened was that every topic rapidly became political because, of course, different constituencies in different parts of the country had different views about things, and that's the sad reality. I'm not saying this problem is insoluble. I'm just saying that within the time that we had available, it was hard to manage. I thought the best way to manage it, given the urgency, was to try to take the heat out of things, to get CDL to bring people together, to explain and to conciliate, and if necessary, I would come in and talk to people as much as I could.
We've heard that, Mr Johnson. I wonder if I can have inquiry number 000136751 up, please. This is an email from Imran Shafi to Chris Whitty, and it relates to a meeting on the 14th of March. There was a meeting on the 14th of March involving yourself, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, CLD, the CMO, the CSA and other senior officials. There was no DA presence at this meeting, so no one from Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland, which discussed the need for a cross-government signed-off package on shielding the vulnerable and elderly. It was noted that the decision on when to implement this package would be based on advice from the CMO and the CSA. The advice was to include how to handle the DAs. And you can see that in respect of the particular document at the very last entry on number 1. What did you understand, or what do you understand by the phrase, how to handle the DAs?
Well, I think that the inquiry will know very well the context of this email within the timetable of COVID. It's coming the very day, in the early afternoon of the very day when we realised that we're behind in the curve, and that we have to take very urgent action.
Indeed, Mr Johnson.
What this email reflects is the view of my Private Secretary Imran, that we've got to get onto the DAs as fast as possible.
Well, what is meant how to handle the DAs? I mean, you say it's his view, but you were there at the meeting, and this meeting concluded with action points, and it's the first action point.
Well, the question would have been who to ring, how to set the ball rolling, how to bring people together.
Earlier on in your evidence yesterday, you were asked about mass gatherings. And I think it would be fair to say that broadly you accepted that it had been the wrong call to allow mass gatherings to go ahead. Is that correct?
Well, I think what I said was that the advice on mass gatherings was that it was paradoxical in the sense that it was counterintuitive, because the scientific advice was that they were banning mass gatherings could be worse because you would drive people into smaller locations, pubs and so on, where the transmission would be even higher. That was the logic.
I think Mr Whitty described it as, in a sense, technically correct, but logically incoherent to the general public.
I think that it was put to me that it was logically coherent in the sense that we wanted to reduce the we wanted to do what we could to reduce transmission, and it was put to me that banning mass gatherings itself would not really help because for the reason I've given.
Can I have the document inquiry number 000129230? This is a WhatsApp message with yourself dated 11/3, 2020. As we can see, it reads, I spoke to Chris Whitty at length about your concerns about the comms tomorrow getting overcomplicated. He thinks there's a really simple way of describing what we want people to do in future, based on from Monday, if you're ill, stay home. He's going to make sure that by Cobra, we're in a good position. However, he also thinks the Scots are going soft on mass gatherings, and that Nicola has decided she definitely wants to move on some totemic cancellations. Now, the reason I flag this up is this is being used as a possible reason for Scotland just doing things differently. Would it be fair to say that, in fact, in retrospect, the correct call was to call off those gatherings and to send the correct signal to the public that this was an important thing and everybody had to be very careful about their health?
I can't say how much of a difference it would have made at that stage. What I've tried to tell you is the the reasons why we, at a very early stage in our understanding of the pandemic, had gone for one option, and what you've clearly got here is for what we thought were sound epidemiological reasons, and what you've got is Scotland using its prerogatives to do something different. Whatever the rights and wrongs of the epidemiology, you have a divergence of approach.
Indeed, and what I'm asking you is retrospectively.
The risk is that in the end, you start to undermine public understanding.
Indeed, the inquiry has heard that and understands it. What I am asking you to reflect upon is, retrospectively, was that the right call?
I can't say. I think that what
to
certainly wasn't helpful throughout was to have different messages.
Well, that's exactly the matter I'm coming on to. The issue of differential messaging is one which has peppered your evidence so far. In your statement at page 30, I don't need that brought up, but in your statement at page 30, paragraph 126, it says, looking back, we should have thought much harder about the legal basis for the measures proposed. There's a respectable argument that we should have used civil contingencies legislation rather than public health. By allowing for at least the appearance of divergence in approach between the various parts of the UK, we were risking considerable public confusion and frustration when clarity of message was crucial. Now, given, as you've already identified, the prerogative of devolved administrations, in particular Scotland, where health is a devolved matter in Scotland, where Scotland has access to its own data, its own government, its own CMO, its own DCMO, and it has, I suppose, the best view on what's happening in its own area, i.e. the different spread of COVID perhaps between the Scottish Islands and London. Are your comments fair or proper?
My comments on...
Is your comment that the appearance of divergence in approach between the various parts of the UK we're risking considerable public confusion and frustration?
Well, I think that
clarity?
obviously that's for the inquiry to decide. But I think I'm really grateful to you for raising all this. But I was worried that there was a continual dissonance of messaging, and I was worried that would do two things. It would confuse people, and that in the end it would undermine people's confidence in the message. One or other of these points had to be
I would
right.
like to.
Which one was it?
And I would like to take you to that. First of all, I've got two issues left. First of all, the stay alert message. You say clarity and consistency are important. You are sensitive to this. That the messaging was so important and you were concerned that people found it hard to follow. The fact was, the message was stay at home, protect the NHS, save lives, and it was changed by the UK government by itself to stay alert. Did you have any communications with the devolved administration saying that you were going to change it?
Well, I think the previous Counsel for, I believe it was the Welsh bereaved families, indicated that there had been a consultation about that.
Had there been if I may put this to you, if there was such a meeting and conversations were had, why was consistency of messaging not an issue when the UK government decided to change its advice, but the other three devolved administrations didn't?
I think the perhaps I could put it this way: the pandemic changed and the virus changed and its virulence, and we had to change our response. And
I think the difficulty.
I think that the just to complete the point, I think the problem was that we would find sometimes that there was a difference in message. I don't want to make too much heavy weather of this, but I think sometimes it was a problem.
That brings me to my last point, but just before I leave the issue of stay alert, Professor Halpern has given evidence to this inquiry that the phrase that was changed was so bad because it told you to worry and it didn't tell you what to do. He described it as the worst combination, and I would respectfully allow you to reflect upon that. If I can take you on to my final point, and it's in relation to a report, an expert report, which has been heard detail of in this inquiry by Professor Ailsa Henderson, and it's about confusing messages. Now, you have said in your evidence that messaging was incredibly important. Messaging in the end was the most important tool we had to deal with the virus. I don't think we should deprecate the importance of messaging. So at the heart of what you were doing, you thought messaging was a critical tool in relation to the pandemic. If we can have before us inquiry number 000269372, the report by Professor Ailsa Henderson, page 49, paragraphs 151 and 152. This is about advice given by the UK government over communications with the public. If about halfway down the paragraph, it starts an analysis of the text prepared speeches. An analysis of the text prepared speeches throughout 2020 shows that those speaking on behalf of the UK government did an incomplete job of outlining the territorial scope of their data, information or guidance. In the first months, there was almost no mention of devolved administrations or their first ministers. There was little attempt to outline what applied UK-wide and what applied only to England. The phrase "this country" was employed frequently to mean England or Great Britain or the United Kingdom. In general, spokespeople were slightly more likely to clarify if a UK-wide matter applied to the whole of the UK. And it goes on to give an instance. Given by your own admission the critical nature of the communications and the fact that messaging was the most important tool the UK had to deal with the virus, was sufficient consideration given by the UK government to ensuring that the geographical, jurisdictional of their data and information and guidance was made clear?
Well, I did my level best during the press conferences to try to make clear where the restrictions applied to. And I remember several times saying that they applied only in England and trying to restrict what we were saying. But I think
well, Mr. Johnson, I have one example.
You can't blame ministers for talking about this country when that's common parlance. And
the difficulty is that ministers are talking on behalf of the UK government to all the people that they are getting it. So if they say this country, it has to be made clear which country it refers to. For example,
we're all one country.
For example, on the 23rd of June 2020, you clarified that measures applied to England only, and that's the one occasion it appears that's been highlighted, and then set out rules to follow for the British public. What was needed was clarity, and isn't it, in fact, that the problem was that the difficulty was created by the UK government?
No.
Later on in this report, it says that notwithstanding efforts throughout 2020, the UK COVID press briefings repeatedly failed to clarify rules governing school closures, rules for social gathering, funds for local authorities, funds for the coronavirus community support, the renewal task force, dedicated funding for mental health, bike voucher schemes, increased marshals on rail works, the reopening of car showrooms or other retails were all England specific. And they say the report goes on to say this is particularly important as in some instances government spokespeople were calling for individuals to change their behaviour, and as such rules would not have applied throughout the UK. Indeed, it was advice about rules rather than data that suffered from a particular lack of clarity. So, given what is said in this report, Mr Johnson, did the UK government fail to properly implement the most important tool the UK government had to deal with the virus?
I think that if you look at the public understanding of what we were trying to say, it was remarkable how clearly people got the message, considering the extreme complexity of the rules and considering the fact that there was divergence
Mr Johnson,
across the DAs.
Given the complexity...
what you've got here is a in all this conversation, a perfect example of how different messaging can be confusing for ministers, for people across the whole of the UK. The virus thinks whatever the SNP may think, the virus thinks this is all one country.
I'm not asking.
That's the reality.
I'm not asking questions about the SNP. I'm asking questions about you and your ministers' messaging during the pandemic. You have said that what it was extremely complex issues, and there may be no doubt that that was so. But wouldn't that be all the more reason that you made absolutely clear every time you stood up and spoke to the four nations that you made it absolutely clear what the rules were for each nation in each country?
Well, I could have done that. I think that, and that might indeed be a way forward. I think it may be that you've hit on a solution, which is that in future it should be entirely the job of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to announce the different rules that apply in different places across the UK, rather than having those messages blurred or anticipated. I happen to think that that would still be immensely complicated and people wouldn't understand quite why there were differences. All I'm saying is that I think there were legitimate democratic desire of the DAs to have their own approach to public health. I totally get that and I support that. But in the particular context of a brutal, pitiless pandemic, there had to be some way of helping the public with greater unity of messaging. That's all I'm saying.
And the best way to have such, the best way is not to look for unity, but to look for clarity. Would that be correct?
I think that clarity follows unity.
I think that we've gone far enough on that front.
obliged.
This is not going to become a seminar with respect. I shall return at 3:15. Mr Thomas.
Former Prime Minister Johnson, may I start by saying how much I appreciate your time here today. Let me introduce myself. I'm Leslie Thomas and I'm representing FEMHO, the Federation of Ethnic Minority Healthcare Organisations. Now, I want to see what we can agree on. Can we agree that it's important to acknowledge the collective sacrifice and dedication of healthcare workers, especially those from diverse ethnic backgrounds? Can we agree on that?
I certainly think it's crucial to acknowledge the sacrifice of healthcare workers in the UK everywhere.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And we know that they tirelessly put their lives on the line during the pandemic. You remember, don't you, the nationwide applause every Thursday at 8 p.m. Jess, do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah. And indeed, you yourself owe them a debt in relation to when you were hospitalised and ill. We can agree on that.
I certainly do. And they put themselves in the front line of danger. And in many cases, and particularly, sadly, those from ethnic minority backgrounds paid a terrible price.
They did. They paid a terrible price. So it's in this context that FEMHO seeks insights into various aspects and understands the challenges faced by ethnic minority healthcare workers and communities during this unprecedented time. Now, let me start. I've only got a handful of topics. Let me start with my first topic. Mr Johnson, considering the expert testimony of the Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance, that disparate health outcomes based on vulnerabilities were, quote, entirely foreseeable, and the acknowledgement that pandemics exacerbate existing inequalities rather than creating them, I'd like to focus on the period leading up to the first lockdown in March 2020. During those critical days, why didn't your government put any measures in place in anticipation to mitigate the potential harsher effects of the pandemic on vulnerable and minority groups? Can you help me with that, please?
I certainly can. I think that we recognise that a pandemic, as Sir Patrick has said, was going to be brutal for the whole country. But I think that one of the things that I'd been told from the beginning was that, if you remember in the conversations that we'd had about the downsides of lockdown, is that they were likely to be felt particularly by those from lower income groups, ethnic minority backgrounds, who would typically, and it's a generalisation, be more vulnerable.
Yes.
So at that particular stage, it was one of the reasons why we were so careful about the timeliness of the lockdowns that we've described.
But Mr Johnson, just help me with this, because I may have missed this. Bearing in mind that these, as you've just said, were anticipated in low-income groups, ethnic minorities, tell me, what were the measures that your government put in place to protect these groups?
So I've described the disparate impacts of MPIs and lockdowns and the way that affected policy. What we didn't at that stage know, and I think that's what Patrick is talking about, but what we didn't at that stage know is the extent to which the virus itself would impact different groups differently.
Well,
and that was only ready to become apparent in the course of the weeks ahead.
Well, you say in the weeks ahead. Very early on, it became apparent. The first 10 doctors who died were from ethnic minority backgrounds. The first 10 doctors were doctors of colour, Mr. Johnson. You knew that, right?
And that is correct. And
sorry, can I just clarify? You knew that.
Well, let me say what I knew. I knew that from the, and I think I'm right in saying that of the victims in the NHS staff, I think I may have got the figure wrong, but I think it's something like 60% in the first year were from ethnic minority backgrounds. Yeah. I may be wrong about that, but it's something of that order. It was falling disproportionately on BAME staff, and we did spot that very early on. I was very worried about it, and I tried to find out why as fast as we could.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, just so we're clear, I'm not for one moment suggesting that you didn't try to find out why. What my question was aimed at is what you did, what measures, protective measures, did you put in place to protect these vulnerable groups? That was my question. But let me move on, because time is short. Let me move on to topic.
Well, so we put in all sorts. It would be fair to say until we'd established the chain of causation and what was going on, it was difficult to put in specific measures for specific groups. But clearly we needed to do more to protect NHS frontline staff, and they made a huge and tragic sacrifice.
Yeah, well, we can agree on that. Let's move on to my second topic. In your witness statement, you acknowledge that there was a vast underestimation of the risks related to disparities in health outcomes, and you state at paragraph 46. You state this at paragraph 46. Now, considering this acknowledgement, what were the specific factors or considerations that contributed to this underestimation in the context of disparities in health outcomes, particularly those based on ethnicity?
I think that to begin with, we were looking at the data as it started to come in. It was heartbreaking, and we were uncertain as to the cause. And the question, bluntly, was whether there was whether there were medical reasons or whether there were, as it were, occupational reasons for the greater suffering. And I think it took us a while to try to get to the answer. I mean, we tried to get the answer quite quickly, but a great deal of work was done on that subject. The answer, as I'm sure you, of course, know, is that it appears that there isn't any medical grounds. What it I'm afraid tragically was fantastic NHS staff from ethnic minority backgrounds in the front line dealing with patients and being exposed to the virus.
Well, it was more. Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Johnson.
That's what it seems to me to be.
Well, forgive me, Mr. Johnson. It's more than that. We had your former Health Secretary, Mr. Hancock, sitting where you were sitting, I believe last Friday, and he agreed with me, and I'm sure you will agree with me, that we can also agree that part of the disproportionate impact on the Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, including healthcare workers, was as a result of institutional racism within the NHS and within the system. Can we agree on that?
I'm not certain. I'm afraid to say that I've seen evidence to support that.
Well,
I'd be.
You are unaware of the report done by Public Health England into the NHS that Mr. Hancock was telling us about, where it was talking about institutional racism. You're completely unaware of that as Prime Minister?
I haven't. I've got to confess to you, seen that report. The information that I had was that wasn't the information that I had did not mention that as a factor.
All right, let me move on. Mr. Johnson, the June 2020 Public Health England report has been cited as a pivotal moment in the understanding and addressing the disparities in risks and outcomes relating to the COVID pandemic. Would you consider this report to be your first substantive opportunity for engagement on this crucial issue?
So on which issue?
I'll repeat the question. On the issue of addressing disparities and risks and outcomes related to the COVID-19 virus.
Right. Well, what we did was to try to make sure that everybody had the best possible protection and to do whatever we could to stop infection of those particularly black, Asian, minority ethnic groups who were in the front line of the fight against COVID. And,
right. So, Mr. Johnson,
and sometimes, tragically, we didn't have PPE that was good enough, but we made a huge effort to equip our country with what was necessary.
Sometimes you didn't have PPE. There was an issue at times, was there not, in relation to PPE not being culturally appropriate? You know, people with beards, religious outfits, things like that. Were you aware of that?
That wasn't escalated to me. I was concerned that everybody should have the best possible protection.
Let me move on. Can you share with us your reflections on how the findings of this report influence subsequent actions and policies aimed at mitigating these disparities?
I think that what we wanted to do was to make sure that the incredible frontline staff of the NHS had greater protection, above all, by being less overworked. And one of the things that the pandemic was a terrible time, but one of the things that we did was not only to embark on a program of big program of hospital building, but recruiting 50,000 more nurses. And I think we're well on the way to, well, the subsequent government is well on the way to achieving that now. And if you're a nurse or a frontline worker, then clearly one of the best ways to mitigate the risk that you face and the disproportionate risk that you face as a black, Asian, and minority ethnic frontline care worker is having an extra pair of hands to help you. And that was one of the key objectives of the program. And it's a very large program. There are plenty of other things that the NHS now has, I believe, or certainly did when I was Prime Minister, more people in it than it's ever had in its history.
Mr. Johnson,
forgive me.
Thank you.
They have limited time, Mr. Johnson.
So I'm not trying to talk
I'm
you
sure
out.
you're
Please.
not trying to talk me down the clock.
I wouldn't dream of
You
that.
wouldn't dream of that, would you, Mr. Johnson?
I wouldn't.
No. Right. I've two more topics, and I've finished. Given the first indications of starkly disproportionate rates of infection and mortality in ethnic minority communities, which began to emerge in late March, early April, can we agree on this? Can we agree that there were earlier opportunities for more substantial engagement? Can we agree on that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let me be blunt. Your government could have done a lot more, a lot earlier.
Well, we did whatever we could to get all our staff the equipment that we.
It wasn't enough, Mr. Johnson, was it?
Well, we worked incredibly hard and fast to get people the equipment we needed. That doesn't mean that I'm not conscious of the immense effort and
People we were clapping for. Do you remember?
I do, and I'm not. I am deeply conscious of the sacrifice that they made.
Last topic, and then I sit down and I'll shut up. At paragraph 656 of your witness statement, you say, quote, "I was not provided with and did not consider any equality impact assessments when making decisions about imposing, easing, or making exceptions to NPIs. But that's not to say I did not receive and consider many documents containing details of the effects of lockdown across society or equalities and distributional impacts," end of quote. Question. In the absence of such assessments, and that's the equality impact assessments, can you shed light on the sources of intelligence or information that informed your understanding of the disproportionate impact of MPIs on ethnic minority groups. What were the sources of your intelligence and information?
Well, there was data that I saw. I can't tell you exactly the provenance, but there was data that suggested that I think when you come to lockdowns, people from the Bangladeshi community were 4 times more likely to be engaged in closed sectors. People from the Pakistani community were, I think, twice as likely to be engaged in closed sectors. From my own extensive work as chairman of Transport for London and all the work I did as mayor had taught me the massive disproportionate impact measures such as closures of retail, hospitality, and so on were likely to have on those very groups. So I didn't need.
You didn't need the intelligence.
I knew.
You knew.
Okay. I was getting data, but I also knew that these measures were likely to be disproportionate in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Milady, I concede another 30 seconds under my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Metzer.
Thank you,
That
my
way,
lady.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, I ask a small number of questions on behalf of the long COVID groups. Matt Hancock and Dominic Cummings have said they were advised in early 2020 about the possibility of longer-term sequelae of COVID-19 by both Patrick Vallance and Chris Whitty. On the 17th of May 2020, you shared an article, we didn't go to it, about people reporting prolonged symptoms of COVID-19 in a WhatsApp group with them all. In short, did you also receive advice about long-term sequelae from Patrick Vallance and Chris Whitty at that time?
Not as far as I can remember at that time. I do remember repeatedly asking for advice, and I think that I finally got a paper from memory in summer of 2021.
Yes, we'll come to that. You were never provided with scientific advice doubting the existence of long COVID, yet you've said that you were only persuaded that long COVID existed in June 2021. You've referred to that.
I didn't say that. I was only given scientific advice.
Yes.
On COVID in June 2021.
Yes, I'm asking you questions about when you were persuaded. You were only convinced by him, that's Chris Whitty, that long COVID was a serious problem when, from July 2020, you had been receiving letters from patient advocates and members of Parliament asking for formal recognition of long COVID. In September 2020, Mr. Hancock reminded you about long COVID. In October 2020, the NHSE announced a 5-point plan for long COVID, and on the 13th of October 2020, Sir Patrick Vallance advised you about considering long COVID at a cabinet meeting, and he said, in evidence here, that he described long COVID to you and you were sceptical about it.
When was this?
13th of October 2020, Sir Patrick Vallance was. So I've given you a sequence of from July to October. Why wasn't this overwhelming body of advice and correspondence in 2020 sufficient to persuade you that long COVID was a serious problem at that time?
I don't want you to think, so first of all, I don't want anybody to think that I didn't think that it could be a serious problem. What I wanted to know was the evidence. I wanted to understand what exactly the sequelae consisted in, and how I should explain it to people, what the symptoms exactly were, and what kind of a syndrome it really was. And I was having some difficulty getting a clear picture, and that was the reality.
So this is a question, it appears, in relation to formal advice, written advice, but the box grid of October 2020, and we needn't go to it, 251910, that you scored bollocks on, was referring to the first NIHR report into long COVID, a research paper that had already been published on long COVID by that time. It laid out symptomatology on long COVID. If you wanted advice, why didn't you simply ask for that report to be provided to you?
I did ask for the evidence, and I did ask for reports to be provided, and eventually one was provided. I think that I think there's a slight conceptual. First of all, I wish to again to recognise the hurt that those words must have caused to people suffering from long COVID and the very real suffering that they endure. And but when I referred to Gulf War syndrome, I was making I think a reasonable question, and I'm sure you wouldn't say that everybody suffering from Gulf War syndrome is mistaken.
Mr. Johnson, I don't want to be developed about Gulf War syndrome. I just want to ask you, do you agree you never asked for the NIHR report to be provided to you?
I certainly asked for a report to be provided for me into long COVID, and it was eventually provided, but much later on.
Yes, so not that report. Do you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. In July 2021, the Cabinet Office planned a policy which accepted high prevalence of COVID-19. It noted that the strategy was to continue to live with COVID without restrictions. One risk was noted as high rates of long COVID. The autumn-winter plan of 2021-22, published in September 2021, emphasised building defences through pharmaceutical interventions, and for long COVID only acknowledged the need for treatment. There was no effective treatment for long COVID, as there were no pharmaceutical interventions to prevent its development, and you agree the best way to prevent long COVID is to prevent infection of COVID-19. Did the government choose to adopt a policy which you knew would result in a significant number of people, including young people, suffering from long COVID?
What we did was to try to fight COVID, to try to fight infection and mortality in people of all ages by stopping the spread of the disease. And I thought that by fighting COVID, a fortiori, you could fight long COVID.
Yes, but you understand that in relation to the decisions in relation to COVID and long COVID, they have different symptomatology.
And that was precisely what I wanted to understand, and that was why I requested the report and the advice that I did. And when I spoke about Gulf War syndrome, what I meant literally was, can somebody explain to me, because Gulf War syndrome, as I'm sure nobody would say, I'm sure you wouldn't, that everybody suffering from Gulf War syndrome is mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, I want to move away from Gulf War syndrome with greatest respect. A choice was taken to allow high rates of transmission, which brought more cases of long COVID, and you've said a number of times that messaging was incredibly important. Messaging, in the end, was the most important tool we had to deal with the virus. Why didn't you therefore communicate the risk of long COVID to the public so they could take measures to protect themselves?
Well, the way to protect yourself against long COVID is to avoid getting COVID.
That's not the simple. That's not. It doesn't follow, does it? They're not. There are other specific features to long COVID.
Unless I'm much mistaken, I don't believe there's a way of contracting long COVID without getting COVID.
But it has a different risk profile. Do you appreciate that?
Well, forgive me, and I don't wish in any way to, to minimise the importance of what you're saying, but I thought that the best way to fight the possibility of people having long-term sequelae from COVID was to stop them getting COVID in the first place.
Do you accept there's an indiscriminate risk to all people, children and the young, which is a different risk profile specific to long COVID?
Well, that was one of the things I was very interested to understand. I think that may very well be the case, but it is still also true, logically, that the best way to stop those individuals contracting COVID is to stop the spread of the disease, full stop.
Yeah. So can I take from that people do need to know about long COVID specifically? They can suffer from prolonged symptoms of COVID-19, and that nothing specifically was done about the risk of long COVID. Do you accept that?
Well, I don't accept that nothing was done about the risk of long COVID, because the government did everything that we could to stop the spread of COVID.
Yes. Last question. Last topic. Yesterday, you said in your view, some people thought they may be suffering from long COVID, but there was in fact another cause. The NIHR report, summarised in the October 2020 box return, addressed those very concerns that, in quotes, the lack of recognition of the pattern of symptoms by the public and by healthcare services meant people frequently felt their experiences were not believed, and this left many of feeling isolated and alone in coping with their disease.
And that's the same with Gulf War syndrome, by the way.
Yes, I haven't asked the question yet. It concluded, did the report, that more recognition and more support was needed. Having come to accept, as you have now, that long COVID is a debilitating and disabling illness, causing almost 2 million adults and children to suffer, do you now recognise that your prolonged disbelief in long COVID contributed to the delay in recognising long COVID, led to unwell people not being believed, and has meant decisions were taken on releasing NPIs without consideration of long COVID?
No, I don't think that. I think that if you look at what actually happened from a very early stage, we start investing in research into long COVID, and I think 50 million followed by another 75 million, and into trying to establish the exact pathology of the illness.
But the decisions were taken on releasing NPIs without consideration of long COVID. Do you accept that?
No, I think that there were going to be risks involved in releasing the NPIs. They were going to be basically the risk that the disease would spread. And that was the thing we wanted to fight.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Metzer.
Can I just complete the question, please, my lady? It's the last question, I promise you. Do you accept that widespread transmission of the disease without public communications on the risk of long COVID and without other mitigation measures meant people could not take steps to protect themselves from long COVID? Do you accept that?
No, I think that people were given plenty of advice to protect themselves from COVID, and as soon as we began to understand what long COVID was and its risks, we also publicised the risks of long COVID as well.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Metzer. Mr. Mennell, you've moved. Trying to confuse me.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. I ask questions on behalf of a number of children's rights organisations. Can I start by seeing if we can agree on two matters, which I hope are uncontroversial? Firstly, in March 2020, when schools were closed for most children, you believed that schools should only close as a last resort if necessary to save lives and protect the NHS. Is that right?
I certainly believed that the closure of schools was a very, very damaging thing for kids. Particularly, as I said earlier on, for kids on lower incomes.
And secondly, the reason that you believed that schools, I suggest, should only close as a last resort was that you recognised at that time, when we went into lockdown in March 2020, that school closures would have a devastating, lasting, harmful impact on many children, particularly vulnerable children, in terms of their development, their socialization, their educational attainment, their life chances, their physical health, and their psychological well-being. Is that fair?
We did recognise that.
Now, given those answers, can we also agree that the primary problem in March 2020 was not the fact that schools were closed for most children to save lives and protect the NHS? The problem was that prior to schools being closed, there was no proper plan, there was no clearly established framework, there was no guidance for schools on remote education, and no arrangements for delivering face-to-face education to vulnerable children under the new social distancing restrictions. That was the problem, wasn't it, in March 2020?
I think that the difficulties we had in delivering education remotely, and the other things that you've mentioned certainly compounded the the problem, but the basic problem, the prior problem, was that that kids were deprived of the vital education that they needed at a critical time in their development. They were deprived of the society of other kids. They were unable to socialise. It was a terrible, terrible time, and the evidence is, as I'm sure you know, that this was felt most keenly by those on lower incomes, and they basically received about 30% less education than kids from wealthier backgrounds.
So we agree on impact. Can we also agree there was no proper plan?
I think it would be fair to say, from everything that the inquiry has heard so far, certainly from me, that this was a once-in-a-century event, and we were not prepared suddenly to be forced to close schools for the length of time that we did. I think that's fair.
Thank you. In your witness statement, Mr. Johnson, I don't ask for it to be put on the screen. The reference is page 107, paragraph 397. You say that the reopening of schools was one of your key priorities in the summer of 2020, when the first lockdown was easing, putting it ahead, in your words, of the need to lift social and economic measures. Why then, this is the question, why then were hospitality and cultural venues, including pubs, bars, cafes, restaurants, hairdressers and beauty salons, allowed to reopen on the 4th of July 2020, dubbed Independence Day by some in government, but not schools?
I think that I think I gave the answer earlier in a previous discussion. The reason was that I've done two things, but I think we thought we would go through till the resumption of the normal school term. But secondly, schools are big potential reservoirs of risk, and the younger people can easily transmit the virus to older and more vulnerable people.
You think schools are larger reservoirs of risk than pubs and restaurants and hairdressers and beauty salons? And non-essential retail, for that matter?
I think that we were thinking about how to do things, how to sequence things, and I'd have to go back and look at some of the discussions, but I think that we thought it's sensible, given where we were in the school calendar, to resume with the normal return of school.
But the reality is that, contrary to what you'd indicated earlier, schools were not the last to close and the first to reopen, were they? Because priority was given in your budget of risk to, amongst other things, pubs and hairdressers. That's the reality, isn't it?
Well, as I say, we faced an unlocking which went on until July. The school holidays normally began then. There were reasons for thinking that it might be sensible to resume school when school normally resumes.
Rather than, for example, as an alternative, keep schools open into August because schools have been closed for so long beforehand.
I think we did look at that. I'm not sure that it was practically very easy to do.
Moving then, Mr. Johnson, from school closures to the social distancing restrictions, why did your government largely ignore calls from the Children's Commissioner for England and Longfield and numerous children's rights organisations to exempt children in England from the social distancing restrictions that became law on the 1st of June and the 14th of September?
Why did we ignore calls to exempt them from social distancing?
Yes.
I would have to look back at the discussions and forgive me, but I think it would. My instinct is it would have been because we wanted to minimise the risk of transmission.
Let me just remind you of what the position was. 1st of June, outdoor gatherings of up to 6 people from more than one household became law. 4th of July, so-called Independence Day, all outdoor restrictions lifted, except in Leicester. 14th of September, the numbers began to rise again, the so-called Rule of Six reintroduced at that stage. And so the position was that in England, children weren't exempted, but in Scotland and Wales, younger children were exempted from the social distancing restrictions, as I'm sure you're aware. Yes?
And I think, well, that takes us back to the conversations we were having just now with the Counsel for the DAs, and I think in an ideal world we would be able to proceed as one epidemiological unit with one set of messages. Look, I hated all the restrictions that we had to place on schools, and I wanted to get them open, but we faced a really, really awful pandemic, and the judgment was that, this was one of the areas where the scientific emphasis changed, because it wasn't quite as clear back in March. But the judgment was, I remember, later on in 2020, that schools really did present a considerable addition to the budget of risk.
Mr. Johnson, I moved on from schools to the social distancing restrictions.
I thought you were talking about social distancing restrictions within schools.
Not within schools.
Oh, forgive me.
Generally. Okay?
Sorry.
And so just to be clear about this, just to remind you, the position was that in England, children under the age of 12, in other words, children who can't go out from their homes independently, were not exempt from the restrictions. They were not given, to use the government's language, that freedom and independence that children in Scotland and Wales were. So I'm asking, why did England pursue a more draconian approach than Scotland and Wales, as far as younger children is concerned?
Well, I think I'd refer you to what I said just a moment ago. I think that we were trying to reduce transmission, trying to reduce risk, but clearly there was a divergence between the various parts of the UK. I'm not certain in future whether we would want to do it that way.
And just to be fair to you on this, so you know, the inquiry's not heard any scientific or medical evidence from either the CMO or the GCSA to the effect that what Scotland and Wales was doing was somehow dangerous and that the English approach was better, just so you understand the position. Now, opposition to the decision not to exempt younger children from the social distancing restrictions was not confined to the Children's Commissioner and children's rights organizations. Members of your own government and political party were expressing concerns about this. And I'd like to show you one particular WhatsApp exchange, if I may. The reference is 176785, page 24. And if you could indicate when you have that on your screen, it would be appreciated. If you have it now. And if we could turn to the 11th of October, please, the entry at 15:46:59. This is a WhatsApp exchange between Matt Hancock and Helen Whately, who, as you know, was Minister of State in the DHSC at the time. And Helen Whately says this: wish we could loosen on children under 12 on Rule of Six for Tier 1. And then sometime about an hour later she says it would make such a difference for families, and there isn't a robust rationale for it. Now is a really good chance to show we have listened. Lots of MPs were pushing on this during last week's debates. And Matt Hancock replies, they don't want to go there on this. She asks, are we they? And then this, from Matt Hancock, as in number 10, also on curfew, they don't want to shift an inch. In respect of that, first question, were you aware at this time
This is October.
Yeah, mid-October. So this is about a month after Scotland and Wales have exempted children from the Rule of Six. Were you aware at that time that Helen Whately and lots of MPs, to use her words, were calling for children to be exempt from the Rule of Six? Were you aware of it at the time?
I just want to say how grateful I am to you for bringing this to my attention, because I hadn't clocked this. But it's a great example of the kind of thinking and the kind of debate that was going on at a time when, as everybody knows, and we've been discussing this extensively this morning, the R was going up, and we were about to announce the tiered system. So the 11th of October, we're literally days away from having to ask the country to go back into parts of the country to go back into lockdown, and we are. So the last thing to explain why it might have been difficult for us to signal any kind of relaxation at that stage, to suddenly say that we were going to relax the rules on social distancing for kids, for young people, would have been a very, very peculiar signal to send out at the very moment when we were we were desperately trying to get the existing measures to work, and we were on the point of toughening them up. And so I think that probably answers the question.
So I think what you're saying is that Matt Hancock was right when he said to Helen Whately in this WhatsApp exchange that number 10 doesn't want to shift an inch. That he's right about that, isn't it?
I don't remember, to be frank, I don't remember a conversation about it, but I can see why we would have been reluctant at that stage, given what was going on in the pandemic.
Finally, Mr. Johnson, I hope again this is uncontentious. Taking a global view of the position, although children had fewer health risks from COVID than adults, particularly older and more vulnerable adults, do you agree that children suffered disproportionately from the government's non-pharmaceutical interventions to contain the virus, both in the short and the long term? Taking an overall view of the pandemic.
I absolutely do, and that's why we put a lot of money into CAMS, into children adult mental health services. That's why the government decided to have a big catch-up program, a big tutoring program, not as big perhaps as I would have loved to see, but I do think it was an important thing to do. And the short answer is yes, I do think that the educational detriment was a huge consideration. The loss of life chances for young people has to be put in the scales when you're making these appalling choices, as you say, about MPIs, and kids were very much in our minds. But the priority was to save life.
Ms. Johnson, much as I'd like to challenge you on the nature of the government response, the inquiry has understandably decided that that is a matter to be properly explored in 2025 in a separate module. So I don't accept what you've just said, in particular in relation to the catch-up program, but I'm going to have to deal with that on another occasion. Do you understand?
Well, I think I've conceded that it wasn't as I wanted a totally massive one. It was pretty big, but I think that it was a big priority of mine.
I understand your answer.
You put your marker down, Mr. Mennell.
I have.
I'm sure you'll come back to it, Sam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mennell. Mr. Friedman.
Mr. Johnson, I act for 4 national disabled people's organisations. They too want to ask you about your repeated comments in meetings and on WhatsApp messages about older people. For example, that they're going to die anyway, have had a good innings, and should accept their fate rather than destroying the economy. Now, please leave aside for a moment what was done by your government and what you say you truly care about, and no doubt the Chair will look at all that evidence. Our first question, in your choice of words to your government and advisers, were you not being shamefully ageist against those in later life and normalising their premature death?
Thank you very much. No, I was doing my best to reflect what was, I'm afraid, a debate that was very live, and live, I may say, with a great number of older people who would make these points to me. And I wanted to get the answers. And we've discussed earlier on today the downsides of the segmentation approach. That wasn't really going to be enough, but people found that very counterintuitive. They didn't understand why segmentation wouldn't be enough, and you really had to explain it to them.
Mr. Freeman, can I just put a marker down? I did not give permission for you to ask the question shamefully ageist, just so that people understand. Could we please avoid language which I haven't approved, which could be considered emotive?
Absolutely, my lady.
Thank
and yes, I accept and I apologise. It wasn't my lady's choice of words.
What I call a forensic flourish, Mr. Freeman. Thank you.
So be it, my lady. But let me nevertheless reflect on your answer just now and your answer to Mr. Keith this morning about these various comments that I know you feel very sensitive about. I just want to paraphrase what we understood to be your answer. As the layperson in the room, I, as the Prime Minister, who had to take the ultimate decision, was voicing these ideas about older people to deal with counter-arguments out there in the public domain that only the elderly should be shielded.
No, not only the elderly. Sorry, forgive me.
Yes.
No, so from the beginning, we had a massive programme of shielding for the vulnerable, as you know. It went from about 1.3, 1.5 to ultimately about 2.5 million people, some of whom were shielding for an incredibly long time. And it was a miserable, lonely business. Given all the detriments that people endured, the inability to get the medical health care that they might need, all the downsides of that, it was, I think, reasonable to think about other approaches and whether the continued lockdowns were effective.
Yes, of course, Mr. Johnson.
But in the end, we had no alternative.
Of course, Mr. Johnson, but forgive me for interrupting you, but I could take you back to these comments, however one puts them emotively or otherwise. Once we get into August and September, and these comments mostly made in October, you've had those discussions about how a more dedicated form of segregation for the elderly and their households is not going to work, essentially because the virus will break out of the shielding system. And you're taken to the WhatsApp messages by Mr. Keith. So how does your answer to Counsel, to the inquiry this morning, and to me just now, about you putting arguments for only older people being segregated in some form of super shielding, therefore have anything to do with your repeated assertions that old people are going to die anyway, that they've had a good innings and we should not sacrifice the economy because of them?
So what I'm trying to put to the scientific opinion is I want to understand, first of all, who the potential victims of COVID are at that particular moment, and as everybody knows, it's people of all ages, and I've seen it for myself, because I've seen some figures, I think, for the average or the median age of COVID victims. I'm trying to understand what alternatives we have, and I'm reflecting a widespread view that there must be some twin-track strategy. There must be some way in which we can somehow avoid this damage to the entire economy and society, whilst looking after the interests of the elderly. And what I'm trying to get from the the scientists is, and from everybody in the room is, well, what is the answer to this? And the answer is, as everybody knows, that there is no alternative approach. There is no way of sequestering the elderly population or the vulnerable sufficiently, and they will die tragically in great numbers when the VR gets uncontrollable.
Well, let me then ask you about your knowledge and your words around the broader population of disabled people that were dying. Did you know then, as of autumn of 2020, that COVID posed risk to a wide range of disabled people of all ages, and in that I include people with learning disability, people with Down syndrome, and the like?
Yes, we certainly knew that people with a huge variety of syndromes were particularly vulnerable, and that's why we had a shielding scheme.
Well, that being the case, we do not find you repeatedly raising at this juncture with your government and your senior advisors in WhatsApps and notes and meetings about that problem, in a sense leading from the front with words and actions to let your government know in no uncertain terms that disabled people's lives are worth living. Why is that?
Well, actually, that's not true. That what we did was to try to stop the spread of the virus and to protect those who were shielding and vulnerable from a breakout.
Well, lastly, and standing back, my lady, if I may, and it does follow from what's been said. Public know, you know, that sometimes you use language, florid language, and one way to conclude about your use of language is that's just Boris Johnson being Boris Johnson. It's a matter for my lady, but is that the kind of conclusion you would want her to reach? Or would you rather her reach a conclusion that language of that florid kind of nature, even if said in jest, should not be used by a government official, and especially one who had the power that you enjoyed in autumn 2020?
So which language, Mr. Freeman?
Well, the kind of language, whether I describe it emotively or not, that old people have had a good inning. Florid kind of nature, even if said in jest, should not be used by a government official, and especially one who had the power that you enjoyed in autumn 2020.
So which language, Mr. Freeman?
Well, the kind of language, whether I describe it emotively or not, that old people have had a good inning.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That they're going to die anyway.
Well, let me thank you.
It's that. I think you understand the question I put to you.
I do understand.
You've probably heard it before.
No, I do understand that, and so let me give you a straight answer on that. I think first of all, I regret all hurt and offence caused by publication of language that was not intended for publication, whether it's been recorded by someone's notes or diaries or whatever. These were private conversations with officials. Secondly, a lot of what has been reported is incorrect. And there are words that are ascribed to me that I simply don't recognise. But the third thing is, insofar as it's obviously true that I was from time to time speaking bluntly and in an unpolished way about these issues, it was for two reasons. First of all, I wanted to as I say, to represent the layman, to get an answer that was intelligible. Number two, I wanted everybody in the room to feel that they could also speak freely. Because I think when you're sitting in a room full of conversations conducted in learned or bureaucratic language about these complex phenomena, you do need people to feel that they have the space without being embarrassed to say things simply, even if taken out of context, they can be made to look unfeeling or uncaring, when people really aren't being unfeeling or uncaring. They're trying to express ideas as simply and as concisely as they can.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Madam.
Ms Davis is over that way, Mr Johnson.
Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Johnson,
yes,
thank you. I ask questions on behalf of Southall Black Sisters and Solace Women's Aid, who, as you will know, are part of the violence against women and girls sector.
Yes.
And so my two topics are on domestic abuse,
Yes.
which is something that you told us yesterday you were personally very alive to that issue.
Yes.
And you will know that the regulations, the stay-at-home regulations, contained a number of exemptions. One of them was that you could leave because of risk of injury. And we've heard from Mr Hancock, and it's obvious that that was intended to include risk of domestic abuse besides anything else. Yes. I want to ask you about messaging. My first topic is on messaging, which you've told us is not just an important part of an MPI, but actually an important MPI in itself. And the messages are your addresses to the nation when you announce lockdown. And there were 5 in total. The 23rd of March, the first lockdown, the 31st of October, when you say there's going to be the second lockdown, the 5th of November, when the details of the second lockdown are announced, the 19th of December, which is Tier 4, and then the 4th of January 2021, when you announce the third lockdown. And in all those addresses, you emphasise quite rightly that people must stay at home throughout. And you also refer to some of the exemptions. So on the 23rd of March, you say people will only be allowed to leave their home for the following very limited purposes. And those 4 purposes are shopping, exercise, medical need, travelling to and from work if that's absolutely necessary. And you conclude that part by saying that's all. These are the only reasons you should leave your home. On the other occasions, 31st of October, 5th of November and the 19th of December, you give similar lists. On the 31st of October, you do include the words escaping risk of injury or harm. But on none of those addresses throughout 2020 do you say that people can leave if they're at risk of domestic abuse. You do say that on the 4th of January 2021. You say that explicitly, where you say, or to escape domestic abuse. So why was domestic abuse not mentioned earlier than January 2021?
Thank you. I think that you're making a very good point, and I think in retrospect, we should have given consideration to mentioning that issue explicitly earlier. That didn't mean we were silent or inattentive to the problem. We put money into helplines almost immediately. I think in April we set up the Ask for Annie scheme. I think we as you know, there was a so people could go. So people, under the rules, people could go out to the chemist, for instance.
Well, I'm going to stop you because I will probably come on to that, and I'm interested in messaging for the moment. Would you say that the failure to mention it, which you've just acknowledged in hindsight, was an error, is compounded by that phrase of the 23rd of March, saying that's all, these are the only reasons you should leave your home?
Well, I think that I hope that people would have understood that to report a criminal offence was also a reason to leave your home. But clearly, it was something we should have made explicit.
And in her evidence to the inquiry, Dame Priti Patel, your Home Secretary at the time, said that she and her department had raised the need with Downing Street to refer to domestic abuse amongst the exemptions. So why did you or your team not respond to those representations sooner than January 2021?
I don't remember her raising that with me.
My second topic is about the hidden harms, which is, I think, what you were referring to a moment ago when I stopped you. And you say at paragraph 542 of your statement, we'd learnt many lessons from the first lockdown. We considered such things as the hidden harms, like increased domestic abuse and child abuse, and we wanted to ensure it was essential that services supporting women and children remained available and steps were taken to tackle these crimes. So that's post-first lockdown, learning lessons, and of course there was a Hidden Harms Summit in May 2020 as we're beginning to come out of the first lockdown. In fact, during second and third lockdown, the same thing happened with domestic abuse as it happened with the first lockdown. Rates of domestic abuse increased during lockdown. So what lessons were learned and implemented for the second and third lockdown in order to protect women and girls from domestic abuse?
Well, in addition to the investment in the helplines, which I think, as I say, began almost immediately in the Ask for Annie scheme, where a victim of domestic abuse could go to the chemist and say that she...
That was in February 2021.
Say that she had a problem. In, I think, March 2020 and April 2020, the domestic violence bill is going through the Commons.
That's got nothing to do with lockdown.
And, well, it was actually, I think, a useful tool against DV, giving new statutory powers against coercive behaviour, one kind or another, and other measures. We put money into independent from, I think, right from the beginning of the government. We put more money into independent sexual violence advisors and independent domestic violence advisors, and across Whitehall, so people you could ring up, or people who would help you address the appalling issues that you face. But what we also did across Whitehall was to try to solve what, in my view, is still a chronic problem, which is the inability of the criminal justice system to deal with crimes of rape, domestic violence, sexual violence of all kinds, and to get enough prosecutions. Right. So the government as a whole was working a great deal on this issue, and specifically trying to address the needs of women in lockdown.
The domestic abuse bill received royal assent in April 2021 and
Correct.
started to come into force in July 2021.
Correct.
So that doesn't help us with the...
But you asked me what we were doing.
in respect to the second and third lockdowns.
Well,
Did you not hear that part? I apologise.
Well, as I said, we put money into helplines almost immediately, and did our best to encourage people to come forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Ms Davis. Mr Jacobs, are you hiding? Where is he?
At the back this time.
Oh, he's usually over there. So, yes, Mr Jacobs.
Mr Johnson, I ask questions on behalf of the Trades Union Congress, OK? My first topic for you is on the approach that you engendered in your government as to consultation with key partners such as unions. And I'm going to ask you about a meeting in July 2021. You will recall, I'm sure, that at that time there was discussion about return to workplaces, and the unions that I act for were calling for various measures to advance workplace safety. If we have on screen 273901 and page 478, we will see a note from Sir Patrick of a meeting on the 2nd of July 2021. And towards the middle of that entry, you'll see some quotations attributed to you, Mr Johnson. Are we going to encourage people to wear masks? Are we going to continue this bollocks, he says, wants everyone back at work. Quote, we can't have the bollocks of consulting with employees and trade unions. They need to all come back to work. All the malingering work-shy people, says how much of civil service is back. Mr Johnson, was it wrong for you as the Prime Minister to set such a dismissive approach towards consultation with unions?
I don't believe that we would ignore the interests of working people at any stage. And I think that the difficulty that we faced was the colossal damage to the interests of people on, particularly on people on lower incomes, of continuing with lockdowns. And
Mr. Johnson,
and I was very keen to get people back if we possibly could.
I understand you're keen for people
and
to work.
If you look at
no, I'm sorry, Mr Johnson. I'm going to put my question again. I'm asking you specifically about the approach you engendered in your government towards consultation with unions. A Prime Minister who says we can't have the bollocks of consulting with employees and trade unions is setting a dismissive approach. Surely you agree with that, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I not necessarily. I think what I didn't want to see was this is July 2021. We've vaccinated a huge proportion of the population. I think by July, well over 50%, faster than any other European country. I'm determined to get people back to work if I possibly can. I think that by the superhuman exertions of the vaccine rollout program, we've put ourselves in a very good position to stage a strong bounce back from COVID. It is vital that we take advantage of the sacrifices that we've made, both in lockdowns and in rolling out the vaccines. I want to
Mr. Johnson,
see people
do any
back
of
in
those
work.
do any of those matters sensibly mean that you don't consult openly with key partners such as trade unions?
Well, I don't. I'm nothing against consultation. What I didn't want to see was a drag anchor put on people getting back into the workplace after the colossal changes that we've been able to make in the epidemic, in the pandemic. The vaccination program had radically changed our relation to the virus, and my worry was, to be absolutely frank with you, that people were going to be slow to acknowledge that, and that there was going to be an inertia and a desire to stay with the working from home pattern, which was not, in my view, necessarily going to be beneficial for a strong economic recovery, which would benefit trades union members and their families.
If we move, Mr. Johnson, from the slightly more general to the more specific, an issue on which you may recall a similar difference of view between unions, education unions in particular, and government, was on the issue of masks in schools. And in the summer of 2020, if you recall, education unions were generally advocating guidance requiring masks in schools. Government policy was permissive guidance in communal areas, and Scotland and the World Health Organization took a different approach. If we have on screen 283-369 and page 41, we'll see a text message exchange between you and Dominic Cummings and Lee Kane, and at the very bottom we see 25th of August, a message, a WhatsApp from you. You say, I'm on a train trying to make sense of our totally fucked up face mask policy. And then if we just hold that in our minds, Mr. Johnson, in terms of your assessment of the face mask policy in schools, if we go to 48313, page 53, we see some messages from the following day with Lee Kane again, Mr. Cummings again, and this time Mr. Case. And at the top, Mr. Cummings asks, in language with which we've become familiar, what's the true reason for the U-turn on masks? We just slow catching up. WHO and Scotland bounce. Gavin fucked up. PM dithering ? And then Simon Case, your soon-to-be Cabinet Secretary, offers an explanation. And point 5 is weeks ago, we recommended to PM that we create permissive guidance around masks because we could foresee it was going to be a drama in September. Gavin discussed it at a COVID committee meeting. Because at that stage it was unions pressing for masks, no science backup, Gavin was in no surrender mode and didn't want to give an inch to the unions, so said we should hold firm. PM gave him full support in this approach. And then in his conclusions, his third conclusion is, at every turn, PM backs bullshit, no surrender ideas from Hancock, Williams and Shapps, and then totally regrets it later. Mr. Johnson, when it comes to consultation with, working with unions, do we see here the proof in the pudding, in that we have a policy that you obviously saw as wrong-headed, arrived at further to being pointlessly oppositional with unions?
No, the reality is that the advice on masks, as the inquiry knows very well, the position on masks changed during the pandemic, and the advice initially from Chris and particularly from Patrick was that masks were thought to be of limited benefit. They might be thought to be of some symbolic benefit. That changed as the scientists thought that in the end it was a powerful signal to people to wear a mask, that you were taking precautions and that you felt that the virus was still something that was very dangerous. And there were also, as time went on, there was more evidence about droplet spray and so on, and the potential of masks to interrupt transmission. So what you're seeing there in that exchange is the natural political result of a change in advice and a change in understanding of the virus, eventually bringing about a change in policy, and that's what you'd expect.
Mr. Johnson, is what we're seeing here, in fact, quite simply what's on the page, in that you describe, well, I'm not going to repeat your words, but a wrong-headed mask policy. There's then an exchange with... Mr. Johnson, I mean, if you're going to dispute that, I will repeat it. Your phrase was totally...
Mr. Jacobs, you're running out of time, so do you want to pursue this? I think you've got an answer.
I think the adjective I used, which I won't repeat, was intended to convey my sense that a mask policy which had been in position one was going to have to change because of changing scientific advice and changing appreciation of the value of masks, and that was the reality. It was going to be politically difficult to execute, but we were going to have to do it.
Mr. Johnson, I'll try and deal with my final and different topic very quickly. You've described your concern as to lockdown hitting the poorest. Do you think it's right to say that self-isolation also hit the poorest hardest? And was it understood by you that financial support for self-isolation was one way of mitigating the unequal impacts of the pandemic?
Yes, and well, that's why we had not just the £500 self-isolation payment, but also we increased universal credit by £1,000, working family tax credit by £1,000, and gave councils a very large budget to deal with those who are most in need of help.
Finally, if that's the case, Mr. Johnson, why was it not until the end of September before that payment to which you refer was introduced?
Because for the reasons I think that we discussed earlier, I was anxious. We'd spent a huge amount supporting the country already through the pandemic. I was anxious about some of the distorting effects of payments to isolate. We discussed the punitive approach, but eventually I thought, well, we better go with some more support as well, and we did.
My lady, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Now, Mr. Stanton is hiding in that corner. I can see him. Mr. Johnson, he chose to sit over there. I was put over there, so don't worry. He's used to seeing her back, because we need you to face towards the microphone, Mr. Johnson. Sorry.
I will.
So if you address your answers to me, then.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to ask you a question on behalf of the British Medical Association about the removal of legal limits on social contact during the summer of 2021, which has been described as Freedom Day. In his witness statement to the inquiry, Professor Philip Bamfield, the current chair of the BMA, raises concerns about the government's framing of the removal of restrictions in the context of freedom, which sent the wrong message that the threat of the virus had been fully contained. And in Sajid Javid's witness statement, he states that by late autumn and early winter of 2021, many people felt that the pandemic was over, only for protective measures to be needed once again on the 8th of December 2021 in response to the emergence of the Omicron variant, which you've discussed earlier with Mr. Keith. Mr. Johnson, the question is, to what extent do you think that this mistaken belief that the pandemic was over was influenced by government messaging which framed the removal of public health protections as freedom?
Well, I accept people are going to quarrel with some of the language that we chose, and I have a massive respect for the BMA. But I think if you look at the curve of the pandemic and where we are and where we were then in that period of July 2021, what was to go on, the subsequent movement of the epicurve, I think it wasn't an irrational choice of expression. We had been able to get a huge amount of resistance into the arms of the British public, but I think by that stage, vaccinated all the elderly and vulnerable. It was an amazing achievement, and I didn't think it was an inappropriate way to talk about it. And as I said in my answer to the gentleman from the TUC, I was concerned that we were going to remain too cautious for too long. I think we needed to understand that we'd achieved a great deal, and that if it wasn't quite the end, it was at least the beginning of the end.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Could I just ask quickly in follow-up? Accepting that the slogan Freedom Day wasn't a government communication strategy, but once it had taken hold in public consciousness, do you think more should have been done to counter that belief, having regard to the need for a precautionary approach?
Honestly, no.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Keith, that complete. Mr. Alban, no questions that you wish to add? No. That completes the evidence for today. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Johnson. I know how difficult it must be to have 2 days giving evidence.
No, I'm rather sad that it's over, because I wanted to. Yeah, please.
No, I was.
I may not see you again, so I just wanted to say one thing, which is that I do think all the testimony and the evidence is incredibly valuable, but I do hope that at the end of all this, is one of the few things in particular that I hope that the inquiry will be able to think about, and not just the governmental stuff that we've discussed exhaustively in this module, but I do think that when you come to the government that I led was embarked on a big programme to try and bring them together. I think the fact that we had those delayed discharge patients was very, very difficult in the NHS. I hope that this inquiry will give a kick to the powers that be to make sure that we really address that.
Don't worry, we have specific modules both on health and on social care.
And as final point, I absolutely promise you, I do think that, I know it's outside your scope, but I do think that the British public and future governments will need to be elucidated about exactly how this thing originated. And I think even if you can't, and I don't think you can look into it, the inquiry can look into it yourselves, but some sort of prod to the world to get the answer to the real origins of COVID, I think is going to be very, very important.
Mr Johnson, you set my terms of reference, so I'm afraid I can't go.
All I'm asking you to do is encourage others.
Right, thank you very much. 10:30 on Monday.
You're right.